Welcome everyone to the broadcast. It's so good to have you all here tonight. Hello everybody. It is Thursday. Happy Thursday, Ada. Welcome. Welcome to the stream, folks. We're playing some more Final Fantasy XIV tonight, continuing our path to level 90 Astrologian. We're currently level 82, and we're going to make some more progress tonight. I'm guessing another 2 levels will get to 84 today. That's my suspicion. We won't make it to level 90 before the weekend, but we're gonna get close. We'll get close. I think I've decided what I want to do after this. We'll see. We'll see if it all works out. Alright, folks, I hope you've had a fantastic week so far. I'm sure you're all looking forward to the weekend just like I am. Hello, Haru. You recall me talking about wanting a bulleted list of job changes. You made one for the media tour changes? Yes, I would like the link. Hello, North Cross. Let me permit you before you do that. This is great. This is really good. Live reaction to job changes? Sure. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can take a look at this. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Searchable. I can review it with other people. I can refer to it when I need to, instantaneously. Looks good. Alright. Yeah, let's just bring this up. We can talk about that. Nicely done. Yeah, so we'll just review this before we go and get into the game tonight. I'm still thinking to myself, do I want to prepare for Viper? Because Viper is sounding more and more interesting the more I hear about it. But at the same time, Black Mage is always such a solid choice if you want to deal big damage in this game. And I want to deal big damage in this game, so... Yeah, Viper's looking pretty good. Everything I hear about it makes me more excited. Alright. Let's go through this. Oh yeah, I added a little chat box underneath my camera now that includes both YouTube and Twitch chat. It's very small because it has to fit within the with the other on-screen elements in Final Fantasy XIV. So I want to give this a test tonight. We'll see how it looks in the VOD, and I may or may not make some changes going forward. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. But tonight, yeah, you can expect that. That was something I really wanted to fix, was integrating the YouTube and the Twitch parts of the community. Like, there are people I talk to on YouTube chat that Twitch chat never sees, and vice versa. So, hopefully this is a step forward in the right direction. There is a disclaimer at the top. We left out Pictomancer and Viper in the dock. It's just changes to existing jobs. That makes sense. Yeah, I wouldn't expect like a full rundown of Viper and Pictomancer in a dock like this. Okay. So let's take a look at this. These are the upcoming Dawn Trail changes to existing jobs, not including Viper or Pictomancer. Might put on some different music. Hang on. Let's do this. Let's listen to some Final Fantasy XIV music. Let me just log in. It's you. You're in the chat box. Yeah, that's right. There you go. It's you. Ada, congrats on your 10 stream streak. Such big support, Ada. Thank you for that. I logged in earlier today. Not only was there a queue, but I don't know if anybody else has seen this where it says something like, to help facilitate the login process, we're not going to show like a preview of your character. So it just hides everything. Okay. Now let's take a look at the Dawn Trail changes. Alright, so this is a summary doc of all of the changes in Dawn Trail for the existing jobs, not including Viper or Pictomancer. I'm just going to take a look at this. Tank General Rampart enhanced to increase healing actions by 15% at level 94. Okay, that's an interesting change. So when you use Rampart, not only does it reduce the damage that you take, but it increases the healing that you receive by 15%. Reprisal's duration increased to 15 seconds at level 98. Okay. I feel like that should just be a baseline thing. They should just make Reprisal 15 seconds permanently, but okay. So it's at 98, they get, like, enhanced Reprisal. Dark Knight, trait to increase potency of GCDs at 94. Increase potency of GCDs. Interesting. Alright. So that's like all of your weapon skills. Shadow Wall upgraded to Shadowed Veil at level 92. Shadowed Vigil. Let's see. 40% damage reduction. Grants Vigilance. Vigilance heals with a potency of 1200 when HP falls below 50%. Okay. I like that. I like that. That's nice. It gives you a little bit of a buffer. A 1200 potency heal is relatively strong. I'm assuming that if you use Shadow Wall when your hit points are already below 50%, it automatically procs this heal, but I've seen weirder things happen. Okay, very nice. I like that. That's a good change. I think all around, having gone through the process of healing tanks in dungeons, I would love to see more things like this where a tank can help manage their hit points more actively, particularly with Dark Knight when you don't have you don't have very good options for that right now. It should proc right away. That's what I'm guessing too. Let's see. Trait to upgrade Blood Spiller and Quietus. Oh, nice. Ooh, that's good. To Scarlet Delirium and Impalement, respectively. While under the effects of Delirium at level 96. Okay. Dizzysteam. AoE GCD follow-up to Living Shadow at level 100. The Living Shadow button turns into Dizzysteam. Alright, that's cool. I like that. Living Shadow has always been kind of a fun ability for Dark Knights. Very, very signature ability that they have. It's nice to see them giving it something else. And I think I would like to see more of this, where they turn things into follow-ups of actual buttons you already pressed to avoid even more button bloat. Scarlet Delirium, Comeuppance, and Torque Cleaver. Basically Blood Spiller spam with potency increase and new paint job. Nice. Plunge has been removed. Changed to Shadow Stride, a non-damaging gap closer with 20-yard range. I have been saying this for such a long time. If you want to add mobility to a job, you have to have a skill that does no damage. It's better if it's something like Dragoon's Elusive Jump, where you can move with no restriction on having a target to which you are moving. But at the very least, it has to do no damage. Otherwise, guess what? People are just going to work it into the rotations anyway, and the utility of actually being a gap closer goes away because they're just going to use it as a damaging skill. Blood weapon changed to 3 stacks of MP/blood generation. Does not grant free uses of blood spiller until upgraded to delirium. Upgrades to delirium at level 68. Okay, got it. Got it. Living Shadow no longer costs blood. Okay, so you just use that immediately. This is a nice quality of life change. At level 100, the Carven Spit in Living Shadow's combo is replaced with Disesteem, resulting in a potency increase. Okay, so yeah, Living Shadow basically goes through a sequence of predetermined abilities, and this is just saying that a certain ability is replaced with this ability at level 100 when it becomes available. So Disesteem becomes a follow-up, and am I reading this right? That it uses it twice? So it uses it inside of its own combo, and then it becomes also a follow-up that you can then press again? Or are these two bullet points the same thing? You get a use, and the Shadow gets a use. Okay, so that's so that's 2 Disesteems per Living Shadow. Got it. Gunbreaker, trait to increase potency of GCDs at level 94. I'm sensing a pattern here. Okay, so this is basically for all the tanks. Nebula upgraded to Great Nebula at level 92. Okay, okay. Great Nebula is a 40% damage reduction, increases max HP by 20%, and restores the amount increased. Okay, got it, got it. Okay, this is another active hit point management skill. That's good. That's good. That's really good to see. Fated Circle adds effect Ready to Raise, allowing usage of continuation action Fated Brand at level 96. Okay, got it. Got it. So they added more continuation skills. Sonic Break can only be executed under No Mercy. No Mercy button changes into Sonic Break. Isn't Sonic Break their dot? And it's I guess it's this is part of the button consolidation thing, right? Effectively what they're saying is you should never use Sonic Break unless you're under No Mercy. So they're just gonna make it automatically do that for you. Okay, sure, why not? Why not? If I get to remove a button, that's fine. And then if it's, you know, I use my No Mercy, increase my damage, then use Sonic Break immediately after that. Okay, great. The short one is Bow Shock. Okay, that's their long dot. Yes, on a long cooldown. Rough Divide has been removed, changed to Trajectory, non-damaging gap closer with 20-yard range. Yep. Okay, same as Dark Knight. Got it. I'd love to see this. This is good. That means you're actually adding mobility to classes. Bloodfist gives access to Lionheart AoE combo. Reign of Beasts, Noble Blood, Lionheart at level 100. Bloodfist button changes into these combo buttons. Okay, got it. More button consolidation. Bloodfest. Bloodfest is the ability that gives ammunition, right? And then it turns into the AoE combo immediately after that. Your empowered AoE combo. Okay, yeah. Provides 3 bullets. Got it. Paladin! Increases potency of GCDs at level 94. Shocking. Sentinel upgraded to Guardian level 92. Guardian, 40% damage reduction. Shields for 1000 potency heal equivalents. And I see a note here that this is effectively the Blackest Night. Okay. For Gunbreaker, Lionheart doesn't use cartridges, so now you'll have some extra ones laying around after No Mercy. Got it. Makes sense. Request Scout upgraded to Imperator at level 96. Okay. Okay. Do we know what Imperator does? I don't see any details here. Blade of Honor OGCD granted after full Confiteor combo at level 100. Oh, here we go. Imperator changes to Blade of Honor when full Confiteor combo hits. So, okay, got it. So this is just basically saying you get a better version of Requiescat, and then that's part of your combo, which then changes to something else after Confiteor. Imperator is just a potency increase on Rec. Okay. Okay, okay, got it. So it's the same ability. It just does more damage and looks different. Okay. Got it. Got it. So what I'm seeing here is you get through the whole Wreck combo, and then Imperator changes to Blade of Honor after you cast Confiteor. I was sitting there thinking to myself, how are they going to change Paladin in Dawntrail? They're going to give him the ability to summon more swords, and so they did. Goring Blade can now only be executed under Fight or Flight, which is effectively the only time you wanted to use Goring Blade in the first place. So again, this is a button consolidation. I don't see any problem with this. Atonement combo is now Atonement, Supplication, Sepulcher. Not granted by straight, and it's just a straight potency buff to Atonement combo. Okay, this is just a straight potency buff to Atonement combo with a new paint job. Got it. Okay, okay, so Atonement, Supplication, Sepulcher. Paladin has retained damage on its gap closer. Wow, why? So Paladins and Warriors still have damaging gap closers. Dark Knights and Gunbreakers do not. Oh, is this... Wait a second. Is this an implication that Paladins and Warriors are considered to be the off-tanks, and so they keep their damaging gap closers because they don't need them? Live edited by Haru. Yeah, I like that. That's great. This is interesting. So, the Paladins and Warriors get to maintain their gap closers, and like I said, that effectively just means that they have more damaging OG CDs that they're going to slip into their rotations anyway. So that's an interesting change to take it away from Dark Knights and Gunbreakers, but leave it intact for Paladins and Warriors. Warrior, increased potency of GCs at level 94. Okay. Vengeance upgraded to Damnation. I love the Warrior ability names. They all sound so impactful, you know? You think the logic is because Dark Knight and Gunbreaker already have more damaging OG CDs? Okay, sure, we'll go with that. It also, I mean, at this point it implies that Gunbreaker and Dark Knight can be considered to be more mobile, because they will always have their movement skills available, having not consumed them as part of their damaging combos. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if that's actually going to make a difference. It might not even matter at all, so it's just a note. Vengeance upgraded to Damnation. Okay, Damnation is a 40% damage reduction. Reflects 55 potency when hit with physical attacks. Grants a 15-second 400 potency regen once the effect expires. The tooltip states that it grants Primeval Impulse, but describes the effect of Salvation. Okay, that seems like a typo. Yeah, that seems like a tooltip typo. Okay. Okay. Even more heals for Warriors. That's really interesting to see that they decided that they needed more free healing in the 400 potency regen. 15 seconds. That's a lot. Inner release upgraded at level 96. Fell Cleaves, and this is what every warrior plays the class for. Fell Cleaves grants stacks of Burgeoning Fury. When you get 3 stacks, you gain the Wrathful buff, which changes Inner Release to Primal Wrath, which is an AoE GCD with 70% fall off. Okay, so even more cool looking damaging abilities for warriors. Great. I mean, that's fantastic. That's like that's the whole class fantasies. They're really playing into that. Primal Ruination, AoE GCD follow-up to Primal Rend added at level 100. Okay. It's a follow-up, AoE GCD. So you've got Primal Rend, Primal Ruination, and Primal Wrath. I really get the sense that they're going for a particular kind of theme there. Swift cast reduced to 40 seconds at level 94. Well, look at that. Okay. So this is listed under Healer General, but all casters get access to Swift Cast. Is this actually all casters, or is this specifically the healer version of Swift Cast is now 40 seconds? Oh, I'm looking at these Astrologian changes. Oh no. This is gonna be interesting. Okay, Astrologian. It's all casters. Okay, you just listed it here for formatting. Got it. The Astrologian. Okay, the card system rework. After having played Astrologian for weeks at this point, leveling up to 90, it's interesting to see. I'm quite invested in this section here. Astrologians will now alternate between Astral Draw and Umbral Draw every 60 seconds. Okay. Both draws restore 5% MP. These cards are played with the actions Play 1, Play 2, Play 3, and Minor Arcana. Alright, so hang on, let's count buttons here. So we now have in the current system, we now have draw, undraw, redraw, and play. Right? And in this new system, and we also have Minor Arcana if you want to count that. In this new system, we have draw, play 1, 2, 3, and Minor Arcana. Unless Astral and Umbral Draw are separate buttons, but I would be very surprised if that were the case. So if I count correctly, unless I can't imagine that they would keep redraw and undraw. So it's probably button neutral, right? In the number of buttons, the total number of buttons that you have access to. It's the same button for the draws. Okay, yeah. It's the same button, mutually exclusive. You're talking about the Astral Umbral Draw. Okay, just alternates per use. Once every 60 seconds. Every time you press the button, it becomes the other one. Astral Draw draws Balance, Arrow, Spire, and Lord of Crowns all at the same time. Just boof! There you go. Balance increases target damage by 6% if melee, 3% if ranged. Okay, that's the same effect as it is now. Arrow increases target's hit point recovery through healing actions by 10%. Okay, that's interesting. This is a single target 10% hit point recovery buff. Spire grants target a 400 potency shield for 30 seconds. Lord of Crowns is a 400 potency AoE. Okay, so this is when you draw Astral. It's like physical damage or melee damage and some healing shields and AoE. When you draw Umbral, you get the ranged equivalents. 10% damage reduction for 15 seconds. 100 potency per tick regen for 15 seconds. Or a 400 potency AoE heal. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Because now I'm drawing... So the takeaway here is that they've really de-emphasized the damage buffs for Astrologian. Really de-emphasized them. So you're saying once every 60 seconds, you can, if you choose not to get any of these other things, you can... Wait, can you play all of this stuff? Or do you get to choose one thing? Do you get, like, does it light up play 1, 2, 3, and Minor Arcana? You get all 4? Because there's 4 things here. You play all of this. Okay, so, alright, so they've really de-emphasized the damage buffs. You play all of it. Okay, thank you. And they're really focusing on your healing, right? They're giving you lots of options for healing. But at the same time, like, can you imagine? You'd have to memorize all this stuff as an Astrologian. Okay, I'm in Umbral Draw. Okay, what does that give me? Is that the regen? Or is that the shield? Or is that the damage reduction? And I might be in the wrong one when I really need that shield, but I've got the damage reduction in hand. You know, it's just... Yeah, wow. Okay, so this is going to be... This is going to take a little bit of time to learn, I think. Yeah. I'm very, very mixed on this right now. I like that you get all 4 cards. That's cool. I think that's great. I don't like that I get a melee card and then a ranged card once every 60 seconds. That seems unnecessarily restrictive. I don't know why they would do that. And then yeah, the Lady of Crowns, Lord of Crowns, they both basically do the same thing, but the rest of this stuff is going to be, like, a little bit difficult to manage, I think. But it's really early. We'll see if it works out. They removed Astrodyne. That's to be expected. It is slightly weird. Should be just a flat damage card that's the same for both. I agree. Yes, exactly. It should just be increases damage by 6%. Why even bother with knowing if it's a melee or ranged at that point, right? It's only a, what is that, a 25% uptime? 25% uptime of a 6% damage buff? Like, okay, great. Just give it to everybody at that point. And, you know, it's just, why even deal with the 3%? Unless they, here's my guess. They did this because they really wanted to maintain the flavor of Astral and Umbral Draw. And this is not even a game mechanic thing. This is not even for, it doesn't matter. This is just they needed 2 different cards for Astral and Umbral. And having the same effect in both would break the flavor. I'm actually pretty convinced that that's the case. This isn't even a gameplay balance thing. This is just them having to get the flavor right. Most Astrologians are saying you just save the ranged damage card until just before 2 minutes and just play it on a ranged or melee in the divination window. Yeah, that actually makes more sense. That's it. Yeah. I feel like they should really lean into that. Let's lean into that. Since we're tying so many other abilities to the damage windows, I mean, see all of the tanks, right? All of their dots now depend on them having their damage buffs up. Why not just say, this is a 3% damage buff, and this is a 6% damage buff, and you're supposed to pair it with Divination. There, problem solved. Okay. They removed Astrodyne. Potency increases to Fel, Malefic, and Combust 3 at level 94. Okay, okay. Gravity is a gain on 3 instead of 2. Oh, this is interesting. Like, really, really small optimization change there. Now you need 3 monsters instead of 2 monsters. It's the same breakpoint for High Fire 2 versus Fire 4. Follow up the Divination at level 92. Oracle. AoE OGCD Divination button changes to Oracle after execution. This is cool. Give the healer a little bit more damage. Plus just another button to press after you put up your damage buff. Very cool. Aspected Helios upgraded to Helios Conjunction at level 96. Same as Aspected Helios with a potency of regen increased to 175 from 150. What? This is such a small change. Does it really necessitate changing both the name and the buff? Just what? I guess it's not a buff. Just like, why would you change the name of the ability? Just increase the potency. No one cares if it's called Helios Conjunction or Aspected Helios. I feel like if you change the name of an ability, you need to do more than just increase the potency by 25. They wanted to upgrade the VFX. Aspected Helios too, I guess, you know? Okay, so they just wanted to give it a new paint job. 3rd stack of Essential Dignity at level 98. Great, great. So, the option here, the alternative would be to just increase the potency of Essential Dignity, but I like the fact that they give us a 3rd stack. That's nice. Sun Sign available after execution of Neutral Sect for 30 seconds at level 100. So this is their level 100 ability. Okay, so use Neutral Sect. This ability becomes available. 10% damage reduction for party for 15 seconds. And more button consolidation. Neutral Sect changes to Sun Sign after execution. Is this just themselves setting up for the future expansions where they add a Moon Sign ability? That's also follow-up to neutral sect, you get into this like neutral sect, sun sign, moon sign combo. I feel like this is the direction they're going with the ability design here. This is pretty interesting. Okay, cool. Got it. More damage reduction after you use neutral sect, more incentive to press this button. Scholar, potency increases to Biolysis and Broil 4 at level 94, and Art of War is still a gain on 2 targets. Hey, nice. Yeah. I know scholars just love, they love their Art of War. They love slapping the ground. You know, that's it, man. Follow up the chain stratagem added at level 92, Baneful Impaction. AoE OGCD dot. This is interesting. This is good. I think this game needs more DOTs, man. I think they went from having lots of DOTs to having almost none, and I'm glad to see them reintroducing at least some back into the game. Maybe an eclipse sign eventually? Yeah, exactly. Neutral sect, sun sign, eclipse sign. Who knows? It's not a real dot? What do you mean? So this is tied to... Okay, I mean, you're right. It is tied to chain stratagem. So it's basically the same as... where is the change to divination this here? It's basically this, right? So if I had to guess... They're really leading into this whole, if you have an AoE buff, you get a follow-up onto it at the same time. So Astrologians get an AoE, just direct damage. Scholars get an AoE damage over time. So you're right, it's not like a dot that you can just press whenever you want, but it's still a step in the right direction. Sucker upgraded to Constitution at level 96. Same as Sucker, with the shield increased to 180 from 160. Same comments as before on that. I guess they just wanted to upgrade the graphics, and they had to give it a whole new name to do that. Recitation recast reduced to 60 seconds at level 98. Okay, Seraphism unlocked at level 100. Alright, so this is their level 100 skill. 3-minute cooldown. Mutually exclusive with Dissipation. Does not share a cooldown with Dissipation. Interesting. Okay, so you can use Dissipation, and once that's done, then you can use Seraphim, but you can't. Or yeah, you can use Seraphism. So you can use Seraphism, but not at the same time. Hey, Luigi, welcome. Good evening. Grants the party within 50 yards a 100 potency regen for 20 seconds. That's a long time for regen. Changes Adloquium to Manifestation. Okay. Changes Consultation to Accession. That's Sucker. Okay, so Sucker changes from Sucker to Consultation, and then from Consultation to Accession under the effects of this ability. Resets the cooldown of Emergency Tactics. And reduces the recast to 1 second during the effects of Seraphism. Wow. This is a, oh shit, we need lots of healing right now button. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, am I reading this right? You can emergency tactics every second. Manifestation and Accession have no cast time. Wow. So they're all, everything becomes instant cast. Well, not everything, but all the listed abilities here are instant cast. Is that what I'm to understand? Manifestation and Accession both have no cast time, so they're instant cast spells. Emergency Tactics becomes a 1 second cooldown. Manifestation is a stronger Adloquium. So it also increases your potency on top of all this. And Accession is a stronger Consultation, which is a stronger Sucker. That's wild. This is such a powerful ability. They rolled a lot of potency into this one button. That's very strong. Very strong. White Mage, Ethereal Shift added at level 40. 40? Okay. They gave them a movement ability on a 60-second cooldown. Alright. I guess sages aren't the only zoom-in healers. 15-yard dash. Okay. Increases to potency for Glare 3 at Flatus Mastery, or Misery, to remain damage neutral with 4 glares, and Dia at level 94. Okay. 3x Glare 4 AoE GCD follow-up added to Presence of Mind. Button changes to Glare 4. 3? Okay. I don't understand how to parse this. If you cast Glare 4 3 times... Wait, oh, okay. So if you press... Or are you saying if you press Presence of Mind, then... Oh, I see. It turns into Glare 4 that you can cast 3 times off global... Or on global cooldown as an AoE? Presence of Mind. Then you get bunches of Glare... You get, like, Glare 4. This button becomes Glare 4. And you get... It's an AoE that you can cast 3 times. Okay. So Ethereal Shift is a dash, like Dancer's Anavant? Okay, got it. Medica 2 is upgraded to Medica 3. At level 96, okay. Okay, Medica 3, same as Medica 2, with a regen and increased from 175 to 150. You see, this is what I'm talking about. They just increased the number here. What's with all the other abilities changing names entirely? Just... give them a number. Or do they not... Are they trying to move away from this? The numbers are too boring. They need to give them cool names, like... Consultation, right? Like, Sucker 2 doesn't... We don't want that. We don't want Sucker 2. We want Consultation. It sounds so much cooler. And then we're going to just make it a better ability. Second stack of Tetragrammaton. Okay, that's great. That's great. Okay. Divine Caress, follow up to Temperance. So this is their level 100 ability. Divine Caress is a 15-yard, 400 potency shield for 10 seconds. Once the shield expires, it leaves the target with a 200 potency per tick regen for 15 seconds. Alright, in comparison to what Scholar gets, this is a very plain button to press. It seems strong. It seems strong. But it's like, this fundamentally changes your gameplay for a while. When you press this button. And this button is just something you press when you need more healing, basically. It's very passive. Okay, time to go to Sage. Here we go. I'm gonna do my best not to butcher all these names and words. Eucrasian Decrasia. Added to castable abilities under Eucrasia. 40 potency per tick, AoE dot. Procs Cardia. Okay, so got it. Got it. So Eucrasian Dicrasia as a small DOT. Great. At current potency, this dot is stronger than Dosis. Okay, interesting. Hey, Sketch. What if I added Subway Surfers to the bottom half of this stream? What's a Subway Surfer? You capitalized that, so I'm assuming it's a proper noun. Sage has 2 dots in the same way Scholar used to. Okay. Okay. Actually, that's really good. That's nice. I mean, it's cool. Again, I think this game needs more of that. I just wish it wasn't just on healers. Let's give the DPS a bit more of the dot management. I think that's important. Keeps people engaged during combat. Let's see. Maybe I'm just biased because I've got my Thunder dot that I love to optimize on my Black Mage. Yeah, rest in peace, Dot Summoner. New OGCD unlocked at level 92, Psyche. 600 potency AoE with 50% fall off on a 60-second cooldown. This is just a OGCD big AoE damaging ability. Potency increases to Doses 3 at 94. Decrasia 2 is now a gain on 3 instead of 2. Okay, got it. Got it. So you have to be a bit more careful about when you're AoEing versus single targeting. Soteria recast reduced to 60 seconds at level 94. I don't know what this ability is. so I can't have it. I don't really have an opinion about this. What was the old cooldown? 60 seconds from what? 90 seconds? Eucrasian Prognosis upgraded to Eucrasian Prognosis 2. Yeah, here we go. Soteria is a buff to Cardia for a couple GCDs. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, so this is the same ability, but the shield is a little bit stronger. It's a smidge stronger. Okay. Physis 2 enhanced recovery from healing actions duration increase to 15 seconds from 10 seconds at level 98. So this is a 50% increase in duration. Now matches the length of the regen effect. Seems logical. Okay, I don't know why it wasn't just this at the beginning, but alright. You get unlocked that at level 98. Great. New OGCD unlocked at level 100. Here's their ability. Philosophia. I think that's probably how you pronounce that. Philosophia. Increases healing magic potency by 20% for 20 seconds. Gives party Eudaimonia. An AoE 150 potency per spell Cardia. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. That's neat. This is a really interesting ability. It's an AoE application of Cardia, so then you're just like, you use this, and then you start DPSing to heal people. You have to be very careful with this. Because if you don't have any targets to attack, this button effectively goes to waste unless you use the increased healing potency to cast direct heals. This is neat. I like this. It's very... The interesting part about this is just a one-line... It's a one-line ability, right? But the impact to the playstyle once you use this is actually quite dramatic. Versus White Mage's ability that at 100, which is, like I said, very passive. You just kind of like cast it and it does everything for you. This is a very active ability. You use it and then you have to cash it in. And the degree to which you cash it in is probably what will separate strong sages from weaker sages. It's a Cardia that works with healing casts, not just DPS. Okay, got it. That's good. Same comment. It makes you want to cash it in. You actually have to take action here. You can't just use this ability and leave it. You have to do something after that. Melee General, Feint duration extended to 15 seconds. Okay, so Feint lasts longer. Second Wind potency increased to 800 at level 94. Okay. Are we doing a stat squish in Dawn Trail? Or are we just going to let the hit point numbers keep going up? So we have like 250,000 HP tanks by the end of the expansion. Ninja, trait to passively increase skill speed gained at level 45. That's great. Very good. The number is just going to keep getting bigger. Yeah, that's right. In accordance with the passive skill speed gain, Huton has been revamped. It's now a 240 potency AoE Suiton, which grants hidden. Okay, okay, so you no longer have to sit there managing your Huton gauge. I mean, it was really kind of a passive thing anyway, right? It was basically like every so often you had to just recast this one ninjutsu. So they rolled that. They said, why not just make it a passive? Rolled it into your passives at level 45, which is actually quite early. And then said, you know what? We're going to turn this into something that you actually care about. Which grants hidden. That's good. I'm always for optimizations like that. If it's just mundane maintenance of an ability, you know what? Why not just make it a passive? Take it out, replace it with something more interesting. Huton gauge replaced with Kazematoi. 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 I don't know. Something like that. Armor Crush grants 2 stacks of Kazematoi, capping at 5. 1 is spent upon executing Alien Edge, increasing its potency by 60. Okay. So this increases your damage during one of your weapon skill combos. Mug is upgraded to Doku Mori. That's good. I don't know why Mug persisted as long as it did. With just the name, right? Mug. It seems very un-ninja-like. Evidently, the ninjas in chat love this modification. All right, good. So you get the same thing as Mug, but it has twice the potency, and this is at level 66. So as soon as you log in, if you're already at level 90, boom, you get you get a cooler looking Mug. Great. We all hate Mug. All of my bros hate Mug. General potency increases to level 94. Great. Trick attack upgraded to Kunai's Bane at level 92. Again, this is good. I think changing the name here fits more with the fantasy of the ninjas. Kunai's Bane is an AoE trick attack. Ugh. Wow. Mana from heaven. Absolutely insane that it took them this long to do that. And that it's still going to be a debuff on the targets, but whatever. It's fine. 600 potency with 50% fall off instead of 300 or 400 potency rear positional. You're not sure how I feel about the new gauge? Seems kind of boring and uninspired. It's boring. I will definitely say it's a boring gauge. Yes. If the whole point of the gauge is to say, how many stacks of this thing do you have that upgrades the potency of one ability? That's... yeah. Is it better than Huton? Managing Huton? I think it's better than managing Huton. Is it a cool and interesting mechanic? I would definitely not describe it that way. Okay. I don't think ninjas ever really sucked in dungeons. All right, I don't know if I would go that far to say that they sucked. Was trick attack less useful, less broken in dungeons? Yeah. Now you can be just as broken in dungeons as you were on single target fights. Let's be clear here, all right? To be honest, it could just be stacks of a buff rather than a gauge. Yeah, but they need a gauge. But you're right. It could just be a stack of buffs. It's easier to see. For some reason, they think this is really important, and they want to call a lot of attention to it, so they added it to a meter, but it's not. It doesn't really seem that important. Like, maybe you really, really want to manage your AoE and edge potency. And that becomes very important to ninjas at some point. Maybe you want to stack this, so you can blow all of these stacks during some kind of, buff window, but, isn't AoE and edge the third weapon skill in a 3-weapon skill chain, so how many of those can you actually get off in a buff window in the first place? Okay, let's see. Higi granted for 30 seconds upon using Dokumori at level 96. Grants use of Death Frog Medium and Zesho Meppo for the duration of the effect. Upgrades to Hell Frog Medium and Bava Kakra, respectively. So Death Frog Medium. I'm still waiting for the large version. Why do they specify medium here? Is this like... does this not mean size? Does this mean something else in this context? I want the Hell Frog Gigantic is what I want, alright? Death Frog Medium is a 300 potency AoE gain on 2 versus Zesho Meppo. Okay, so this is DPS gain for targeting 2 things at once, and Zesho Meppo is a DPS gain for targeting 1 thing at once. It means like a summon. Okay. Got it. Okay, got it. So, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Tenshi Jin, AoE OGCD follow-up 10 Regen Do added at level 100. Okay. So this is just an AoE damaging skill following Tenshi Jin. Like a Witch's Medium? I've never heard Witch's Medium as a term. So my mind naturally went to size, not like a familiar. I think what we're talking about is like a familiar, right? So that's the word I would have used there. One to add the toggle that summoner has where Hellfrog Medium will turn into Hellfrog Small. It looks cool. I like the ability. I think it's pretty well sized. It looks neat. You pop out on that frog. Dragoon, Dragon's Sight has been removed. Big sad face. That is the end of an era. Wow. Spine Shatter Dive removed. Replaced with Winged Glide. Non-damaging 20-yard gap closer with 2 charges on a 60-second cooldown. Wow. What? Did Dragoons just become the most mobile class in the game? They were pretty mobile before, but now they have a disengage and they've got 2 re-engages? Tenri Jindo replaces the Tenchi Jin ability. Okay, that makes sense. That just replaces the button. Man. 2 charges of a 20-yard gap closer. So basically, Dragoons have 100% uptime. They should. They should have remarkably close to 100% uptime in any fight. Now, I understand that in Endwalker, melee uptime hasn't ever really been a problem. But if it does become one, and it seems like they're going to add, if they're adding this kind of gap closer to the melee classes, it seems like they are thinking about making it more difficult for melee to remain in combat with their targets. Yeah. So this is a really interesting, I think, very this is a change that they wouldn't make without the intention of adding fights or adding some kind of need for this kind of mobility, right? Yeah. So the fact that they added this in, this is something to keep an eye on. Gear Skogul recast increased to 60 seconds. Is this good or bad? Everything that I've read so far seems like a buff, but this seems like a nerf? Did you watch any video on Viper yet? I haven't, no. Life of the Dragon now activated when using Gear Skogul. Now grants a 15% damage buff, effectively replacing Dragon Sight. Okay, so you use Gear Skogul, you get Life of the Dragon. Life of the Dragon grants you your 15% damage buff. Interesting. Alright, so this is 60 seconds to line up with your 2-minute DPS burst windows. Combined 2 abilities, changed the cooldown. What was the Gear Skogul cooldown before this? You heard it's better because it's less management. Some hardcore players don't like that it made it easier. Okay, let's... Final Fantasy XIV is not necessarily a super complicated game. Okay? Saying I used to press 2 buttons, now I press 1 button, therefore it's making it easier is just... That's not a position I can actually get behind. Gear Skogul was a 20-second cooldown. Got it. Okay, so they really increased the cooldown in that case. I think I said it was 90 seconds? It increased from 90 seconds to 60 seconds. It increased in the negative direction. It means you have another global cooldown to use it in another way. Yeah. I was directly responding to the hardcore players not liking it because it makes things easier. Let's see. Life of the Dragon now grants 3 stacks of Nostrand. Nostrand recast reduced to 2 seconds. Interesting. Dragon Eyes effect removed from Mirage Dive. What is this? What was the Dragon Eyes effect? Drake's Bane combo action added. Alright, so they added a brand new combo action. 440 potency GCD. Dragon Eyes is how you got into Life of the Dragon before. Okay, so they took this away from this and added it here to this now 60-second cooldown. Upon execution of Fang Claw or Wheeling Thrust, these 2 GCDs change into Drake's Bane. Okay, so this means that... Yeah, okay, so this is... I thank you for the note here. This basically means that both of the combo action, like the weapon skill combos, end in the same thing. They end in the same ability. Fang and Claw, Wheeling Thrust will no longer be back-to-back, resulting in 1 less positional requirement per cycle. Cool. You needed to accumulate 2 eyes to get into life with the dragon before. Now Gear Skogul just puts you straight into it. Okay. Okay, general potency increases. Rise of the Dragon, follow up the Dragon Fire Dive, added at level 92. Okay, okay. Rise of the Dragon is a 550 potency AoE buff, or AoE attack with a 50% fall off. So you Dragon Fire Dive, and then you Rise of the Dragon. Dragon Fire Dive is my favorite ability for Dragoons. So this is actually really cool for me. I love pressing that button. It just, like, it's so impactful. You got the big explosion, the scream, and then now there's a follow-up on top of that. I'm excited for that. It may not even really be the most important change, but this is going to be one of the most fun ones, I think. Vorpal Thrust and Disembowel. Upgraded to Lance Barrage and Spiral Blow at level 96. Same ability, new paint job. Okay. Starcross AoE OGCD. Oh, so this is the level 100 ability. Is a follow-up to Star Diver. Starcross AoE OGCD, follow-up to Star Diver. Interesting. Okay. So just more AoE damage. Reaper. I like all these changes, by the way. I think this is very positive for Dragoon. I like that they're... I mean, I know that everyone's sad that Dragon Sight has been removed, but once they took the chain away, it was already pretty much removed from the game. The chain was like the big thing. That was the whole appeal of pressing Dragon Sight. Was watching that graphic. Let's see, Reaper. General potency increases at level 94. When using Enhanced Harp, after using Hell's Ingress or Egress, reduces the cooldown of Ingress or Egress by 5 seconds. Oh. That's interesting. I mean, you already have a pretty, like, strong incentive to press this button. Since if you're using Hell's Egress, then, generally speaking, you need at least a GCD to wait before you go back in, but now they've made it so that this also reduces the cooldown of your movement abilities, so there's even more reason to press that. Without the chain, what's even the point of Dragon Sight? Exactly. Harp now grants 10 soul gauge. Interesting. Harvest Moon now grants 10 soul gauge. Okay. Plentiful Harvest no longer grants 50 Shroud, and allows for direct usage of Enshroud for 30 seconds. So you press this button, and... I mean, you could already enter Enshroud with 50, but they just changed this. You no longer get Shroud Gauge. You just go straight into Enshroud. Enshroud adds Effect Oblatio for 30 seconds at level 92. Changes Gluttony to the AoE OGCD Sacrificium, which can only be executed while under the effects of both Enshrouded and Oblatio. Okay. So it's just it's an AoE OGCD from Gluttony. If Gluttony is on cooldown, can you still press this button? You have to be enshrouded to cast that. Okay. Gluttony grants usage of Executioner's Gibbet, Executioner's Gallows, and Executioner's Guillotine. You believe the Gluttony cooldown doesn't matter for Oblatio. I mean, that makes sense. That would really be awkward to have to wait for it to come off cooldown before you press this button. Right? Like, I don't want to enshroud just yet because my Gluttony's not off cooldown, so I can use my big AoE OGCD. So, I do have a question for those that have looked at this before. If Enshroud adds Oblatio for 30 seconds, What's the point of saying that you have to be both enshrouded and in Oblatio for this? Is this just to say that if you enshroud and then wait for 30 seconds, you can no longer cast this ability? Doesn't... Okay, that seems a little bit odd that they would have to make that specification. Like, add a duration onto that? Is it common to be in the enshrouded state for more than 30 seconds so that you would lose this? I feel like they could have just gotten rid of... They could have just consolidated this into you have to be in the enshrouded state. If it already gives you both. Okay. Stronger versions of Gibbet, Gallows, and Guillotine. Alright, cool. So just get new abilities. Same thing, more potency, probably different graphics, level 96. Enshroud is 30 seconds? Yeah, okay, so got it. So they're saying you have to... This gives you both buffs for the same amount of time, and you have to have both buffs to use this other ability. Right, okay, thank you. Perfectio. This is their level 100 ability. Perfectio is an AoE GCD, a follow-up to Communio. Okay, Plentiful Harvest grants effect of Perfectio Parata for 30 seconds. Plentiful Harvest changes to Perfectio upon execution of Communio while under the effect of Perfectio Parata. So you use Plentiful Harvest, and then the next 30 seconds, if you use Communio, you can follow it up with the Perfectio. Okay. Got it. That's, sometimes it takes me a second to really parse, because I know this is basically how the tooltip is written. The way that Final Fantasy XIV works is it relies on a lot of buffs that it applies to you to determine your current state. So, which abilities you have access to and which ones you don't. So they have to add. This button grants you this throwaway effect that lasts for 30 seconds and appears nowhere else in the game. And while you're under the effect of this effect, you can use this other ability, and all this other stuff happens. And then once that effect wears off, or you press the button, you end up using the effect, then it goes away. Yeah, right, exactly. The takeaway here is Communio has a follow-up called Perfectio, and you should use it when you're in the enshrouded state. So use Communio and then use Perfectio, and that's it. Great. Samurai, Shellha 2 removed. Whatever shall I do? Shellha is now an AoE. Wow. That's great. They consolidated this into just one ability. That's fantastic. Good. Good. I'm glad they did that. Third Eye upgrades it to Tengetsu at level 82. Tengetsu is the same effect as Third Eye, but it grants you Tengetsu's Foresight, which restores HP. Okay. Okay. Got it. Didn't Third Eye already grant you hit points if it was consumed? Or was it just... No, it just gave you extra Kinky, right? So now, if it's consumed, it gives you Kinky plus hit points. Got it. That's actually really good. Okay, this is a little bit of a survival. Not too big of a deal, but might be nice. Tsubame Geishi can no longer be used to repeat Higanbana. Oh, right. So, if you used Tsubame Geishi, you could put 2 Higanbana dots on the target. I forgot all about that. So now they're saying you can have a max of 1 Higanbana dot, no matter what you do. Potency increases at level 94. Hakaze upgraded to Gyofu at level 92, which is the opener for all of your combos. High potency, new paint job. Okay. Seine and Guren recast reduced to 60 seconds at level 94. What's the current cast time? What's the current recast time for Guren? Is it in like 3 minutes? It's pretty big. From 2 minutes. Okay, so this halves the cast time. Seine and Guren reduce to 60 seconds from 120 seconds at level 94. Nice, nice, okay. No, you're right, Sketch, yes. They removed the option to have a second dot from samurais. Now you can only have one dot, that's it. I mean, whatever, that's fine. I feel like this is a bug anyway. I don't think they ever thought you would use Tsubame Geishi to do anything but duplicate the big one. I forget what the big Midari Setsugeka. You would never use it to repeat anything but Midari Setsugeka. And then some clever samurais were like, you know what? Let's just put 2 dots on there. That's even better. So they had to fix that. Well, great. I'm glad that you're getting something out of this too. Let's see. At level 100, Meikyo Shisui upgrades to Tenka Goken. Upgrades Tenka Goken to Tendo Goken. Okay, so this is the ability that gives you 3 sen. Upgrades your Tenka Goken to Tendo Goken and Midari Setsugeka to Tendo Setsugeka. Oh, okay. Stronger Tenka and Midari, respectively. Tsubame Geishi follow-ups are also enhanced. Okay, okay. Midari Setsugeka is probably one of my favorite abilities in the game. I at one point considered playing Samurai just to get access to this ability. You'd also copy Tenka in dungeon pools? Okay, you're right. You're right. I should have been clearer. I think that they didn't think that you were going to copy the Higanbana dot. And you'd use it just to increase your AoE or your single target, depending on which situation you were in. Okay, cool. So Meikyo gives you access to harder hitting versions of your Midare, your AoE and single target abilities, and then Tsubame Geishi follow-up is also enhanced. So this is interesting. So your Meikyo and your Tsubame, are they already synchronized in terms of recast time? Because you'd 100% want to use your Tsubame Geishi to copy your Tendo whatever, right? Either your AoE Tendo or your single target Tendo. I can't think of a situation where you wouldn't want to do that. Unless you really mess up your alignment somehow. Wonder if Sam will take back the title of highest potency ability from Nin. Yeah, right now it's Bavakakra, right? Meikyo and Tsubame are both 2 charge 60 seconds. Wow. Really? 2 charges, 60-second cooldown on each? That's really strong. Hyosho, 1760. It's Hyosho Ranryu. Okay, yeah, alright, thank you. That was the ability that's actually the ability I was thinking of, but I got the name wrong. Hyosho Ranryu. Okay, monks. Removed Leaden Fist. Alright. Whew, that's a lot of changes. Dragon Kick, Twin Snakes, and Demolish. Original effects removed. So they're doing a complete rework of Monk again? Is Monk the second most changed class in the game outside of Astrologian? I feel like every time I read about monks, they've 100% reworked them. Like, what? Okay. So they got rid of all the original effects of all of these abilities. This one used to be a damage buff. This one used to be a dot. I forget what this one was, but yeah, okay. Replaced with 1 Opal buff. Replaces Leaden Fist. 2 Raptor buffs. And 3 Coral buffs, respectively. Great. Good. These all just give 100 potency to their corresponding GCD. Boot Shine, True Strike, and Snap Punch. Okay. Great. Does this mean they no longer have a dot to manage? So they got rid of the dot that monks had and replaced it with a higher potency single target attack? Steel Peak added as a low-level variant of the Forbidden Chakra at level 15. For some reason I thought this was already there. Executed from Steeled Meditation, upgrades to Forbidden Meditation, level 54. Okay. So they gave him a lower level version of their AoE combo. Now able to hold up to 10 stacks of chakra. Okay. Okay. How many stacks of chakra can you handle? How many can you hold? Let's see. Howling Fist added as a low-level variant of Enlightenment at level 40. Executed from Inspired Meditation upgrades to Enlightened Meditation at level 74. So, if I'm reading this right, this is something that I wish they would do across most classes, is align lower level gameplay with higher level gameplay, so that I don't have to necessarily relearn my class if I'm in a level 40 dungeon versus a level 70 dungeon, right? So yes, the gameplay at level 70 is expected to be more complex, but I shouldn't have to sit there and think to myself, okay, so I'm half the level that I was, that means I press this other set of buttons in this other order, versus when I'm level 70 and I have to like do this big mental shift to remember how to play my class with the other abilities I now have access to. So it looks like they're aligning things here a bit. It's very similar to I think Summoner might be a good example of this. Summoner effectively just makes things, it builds on itself now, right? It builds on itself in a very natural fashion. Becomes more and more complex, but the fundamental gameplay is very similar between low level and high level summoners. You use the same abilities, but they tend to do more powerful things. Let's see. Six-Sided Star uses all chakra upon execution. So it's a base of 780 plus 80 per chakra, which is 10 chakras. So you get 1580. Crit with Six-Sided Star no longer opens chakras. Got it. That's a lot. That's a huge potency. Reaper, when you sink below level 80 and you're basically not playing your class, or Astrologian, when you sink below level 30, you can't draw cards. Like, what? Yeah, these are some real basic things that play into the class fantasy. Give me a break here, right? Help me out. Earth's reply effect of Riddle of Earth renamed to Earth's Resolve with the same region effect. Earth's reply turned into its own button. Okay. Okay. So Earth's reply is now an AoE 300 potency heal. 500 potency if still under the effect of Earth's Resolve. So they really want you to press this button. And a 500 potency heal is pretty small, but it's not nothing, right? It can really help out sometimes. Increased potency to abilities, Boot Shine, True Strike, Snap Punch, and Elixir Field upgraded to all this other stuff. Leaping Oppo, Rising Raptor, Pouncing Quarrel. Oh, this is good. So you have you have a clue now in the name of the ability. This is good. You have a clue in the name of the ability, what you need, or what benefits it, right? You don't need to just remember that Boot Shine gives you Stance of the Monkey. And True Strike gives you Strength of the Cougar. Now you know. I have Leaping Oppo. And what do we see up here? You get the Oppo buff from these abilities. You get the Oppo buff, consume it using the Oppo ability. Great. A+. Elixir Burst, level 92. Good. Makes the whole class a bit more legible at that point. Follow-up to Riddle of Wind added at level 96, Wind's Reply, which is a line AoE GCD. So this, if anybody here is familiar with Final Fantasy Tactics, monks had a big line AoE. It's interesting to see them added to this game. You wish you had the Strength of the Cougar? Hey man, there's always time. There's always time. Get started right now, and eventually that'll be you too. Speed of the Horse. Does anybody remember Lone Star? Is that what the name of that cartoon was from the, like, 80s? About a space cowboy who could channel the spirit of animals to give himself supernatural abilities. Vision of the Hawk. Earth's Reply is a pretty neat utility for a DPS. Yeah, yes, exactly. So now we've got 3 different kinds. We've got Earth's Reply, Wind's Reply, and Fire's Reply, right? So we got a line AoE. I'm guessing this is a point blank AoE. Grants Formless Fist, replaces Riddle of Fire. Okay, so this is interesting. So they made I feel like they made this a lot more, made this class a lot more follow-up attack driven, and the utility is what I'm looking at here as well, right? They built more utility into it. Does it still have mantra? I think somebody asked in chat. I don't see that listed here, so I'm going to go ahead and say yes. They didn't list that they removed it, so we'll trust that it didn't go away. Physical ranged general. Okay, now we're on to the physical ranged classes. Second wind potency increased to 800 at level 94. Okay, second wind is now a bigger heal. AoE mitigation efficacy for Troubadour, Shield Samba, and Tactician. Increased by 50%. 215 from 10 at level 98. Wow. Okay, so that means that there's two things. We're going to have harder hitting AoEs, and the physical ranged will have more responsibility to make sure that they use their AoE mitigation properly. This is a big jump. This is a really big jump. 50% increase, so keep that in mind. You think the Fire Reply is a ranged AoE? Ranged AoE? What is a ranged AoE GCD? Wait, so... Okay, I think I see. The monk is not in melee range and can use it to AoE a pack across the map? Okay. That's interesting. Is that useful? I'm confused by that one. I'm just wondering how often a monk is going to be disengaged from an AoE pack. To really use that. It's neat because monks don't currently have any ranged options. Alright. Can be useful for forced disconnects and also centralizing the AoE when you have to move out of damage or something. If you have to, yeah, so, right. If you really want to continue DPSing, if you're forced to move away from a pack, then you can still have at least one thing that you can do. All right, you have a button to press. Bard. Songs no longer require a target. Great. Good. Pitch Perfect is now an AoE. Wow. That's big. That's big. That's a really good quality of life upgrade for bards right there. Is this... I don't see a level added. Is just a flat, like, now forever, once you have Pitch Perfect, it's always an AoE? That's great. It's not an upgrade. They just changed the whole ability. Heavy Shot and Burst Shot, Quick Knock and Latent Spite now grant Hawk's Eye instead of Straight Shot and Shadow Bite ready. When Hawk's Eye procs, either Straight Shot and Refulgent Arrow or Wide Volley and Shadow Bite can be used. Okay, so this is your single target versus your AoE. Your single target and AoE have a chance to grant you this ability, which gives you an upgraded version of your single target and AoE. Okay. Quick Knock has a higher chance than single target GCDs of proccing Hawk's Eye, between the levels of 25 and 76. Due to a trait unlocked at 25 that increases Quick Knock's proc chance to 35%. Single target GCDs do not gain a similar trait until level 76. That's funny. I don't think that actually like materially changes anything about how you would use these abilities, but it's good to know that there's a higher chance for the AoE version for a period of time. Now and forever. That's fantastic. Low-level variant of Shadow Bite, Wide Volley added at level 25. Good, good. I like to see this. Let's see more of it. Potency increases at level 94. Bloodletter upgraded to Heartbreak Shot at level 92. Potency increases, new paint job. Okay, so they just upgraded the potency, gave it a different animation. I used to play Bard as my main job, and I think Bloodletter was my favorite button to press on this. Because it was just it was an interesting thing that would come up every now and then, and I'd have to constantly monitor that to make sure I was using it properly. Follow-up to Barrage at level 96, Resonant Arrow. So this Barrage Arrow, Resonant Arrow, AoE GCD replaces the Barrage button. Okay, got it. Got it, alright. So you Barrage, and then you Resonant Arrow, and it's just an AoE GCD. So I'm getting the sense that there's a lot of built-in AoE into the Bard's toolkit. Pitch Perfect, built-in AoE. Resonant Arrow, built-in AoE. At level 100, you get a follow-up to Radiant Finale, Radiant Encore, also an AoE. Scales damage based on the amount of coda consumed by Radiant Finale, replaces the Radiant Finale button. Nice. Okay, so there's some incentive here to play the class well, to increase the amount of coda that you have available to consume to increase the potency of Radiant Finale. Alright. Alright. Solid changes to Bard all around, I would say. You're down for upgrades to Bloodletter because the animation is very subtle. Yeah, the animation was never very punchy. It was always very subtle. Heavy Shot chance to proc is 20% until it's upgraded to 35. Why don't they reduce the... Oh, why? Okay. Is it critical that single target GCDs not have a 35% chance until level 76? I feel like they could easily move this, or remove this, and just say that all of them have an increased chance at level 25. It's probably an oversight. Yeah, just get rid of this. Like, why this does not need to exist. Just get rid of that, combine the two, move it to level 25, make bards happy. Why not? Dancer, okay, potency increases level 94, follow-up to standard finish at level 92, last dance, AoE GCD. It does not replace standard step. This is another button, whole other button, because of finishing move. Follow-up to flourish added at level 96. AoE OGCD grants standard step to self and partner. Allows execution of last dance. Both standard step and finishing move give you last dance. Think about the power creep that'll happen in Hawk Manor if they had 35% that early. Yeah, I mean, oof, we gotta watch out for those Bard farming groups in Hawk Manor just plowing through that content with their obviously very OP single target attacks. Yep, you're right. Man. We have to be very careful about that. The lower level balance might throw the whole game off. Alright. Finishing move. Standard step button is replaced with finishing move upon execution of flourish. Okay. So you follow up with flourish. Let's see. Standard step and finishing move give you last dance. So you finish your standard step, which gives you last dance, which you can use. And then you finishing move, which gives you last dance again, and then you can use that again. Huh. Okay. So you get 2 charges of this, basically. Finishing move, last dance, and flourish, or flourish, last dance? Yeah, okay. Finishing, or I'm getting all these names mixed up. Standard finish, last dance, finishing move, last dance. Got it. Okay, that's interesting. Huh. It's not very last if that's the case. Last dance. Last dance 2. Let's just call it that. Additional 30-second buff, Dance of the Dawn. Added to technical finish at level 100. Changes Saber Dance to Dance of the Dawn for restoration, potency increase plus paint job. So you just get an extra. Whenever you use technical finish, you get a better version of Saber Dance for 30 seconds. Okay, subtle, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Last Dance 2, Dance Harder. Exactly. Machinist, barrel stabilizer no longer increases gauge and just gives you hypercharge. Alright. Okay. Heat Blast upgraded to Blazing Shot at level 68. Ooh. That's actually pretty good. Heat Blast is a pretty boring looking ability, so yeah, let's give it a fresh update. Why not? General potency increases at level 94. Gauss Round and Ricochet upgraded to Double Check and Checkmate at level 92. Okay. Why? Are we trying to say that Double Check and Checkmate are more... Oh, I was like, why do they do this? There's no way that those two names are more in line with the Machinist fantasy than Gauss Round and Ricochet. There's no way that, like, these two things are less in line than these two things, but they're really playing into the whole Queen bot aspect. Is that it? You get the rook, you get the queen, you get the double check and checkmate. So machinists are just big chess players now. They're huge chess fans, so they're trying to change their whole personality to just be that. There was a bishop turret, yeah. So there were two turrets, rook and bishop. One was like single target, one was AoE. If I remember correctly, this was a long time ago. So you got the queen. But it could have stopped there. Now we're getting rid of Gauss Round and Ricochet because we don't think that those are machinist enough. I'm telling you, the next thing to change is going to be the class name. So all of you folks in there saying that this is fine, you've got to be ready for that, okay? Chess Master. Boom. It's the natural conclusion. Yeah, hang on a second. Give me a second, Domino. It was already in the chat. Let me pin this. There you go. Yeah, this is perfect. And it was put together by Haru Yoshino in the chat right now. Make Machinist the weird chess job so the next physical range can be Ranger. There you go. There you go. I like it. Make them into the weird chess fans so the next physical range can be Ranger. The class that I was really interested in playing when I first started playing Final Fantasy XIV, Ranger. Yeah, thank you, Domina. I agree. I'm really... This is great. This is exactly what I needed. Now I can search this and check it out anytime I want. Okay. One more charge of Drill and Bile Blaster at level 94. Which I think is desperately needed to make the class not quite so rigid. Crossbows are an available weapon type in Final Fantasy XIV. Wait, what? There's a crossbow... There's a weapon for machinists that looks like a crossbow? It's gotta be like an auto crossbow or something, right? It seems a little low-tech. Follow up the chainsaw at level 96, Excavator. Please tell me that this is actually what it sounds like. You summon like a giant dirt-moving machine. And it destroys your enemies for you. AoE GCD increases battery gauge by 20 and replaces the chainsaw button. So it's just a fun thing to press. Okay. Nice AoE damaging ability. Gives you extra gauge. Okay. And then at level 100, you get a follow-up to Barrel Stabilizer. Full Metal Field. What does this mean? Auto C/DH? Auto crit direct hit. Okay, thank you. Auto crit direct hit. So once you press this button, it does maximum damage. AoE GCD. To everything. Whoa. Replaces barrel stabilizer. And it gives you a buff called Full Metal Machinist. What? It's a little tongue-in-cheek, isn't it? But, okay. Full Metal Field makes you into a Full Metal Machinist. Auto crit direct hit AoE GCD. That's a powerful button to press. That's really strong. You use barrel stabilizer, and then you get an auto crit direct hit AoE. Machinists are going to be pretty strong. Sounds like in Dawn Trail. Very strong. Well, I can't wait to get to the Black Mage changes. I cannot wait. It's the one that has the missiles coming out of the backpack. Nice. Crossbows are not... It's a weapon type that's not currently being used, so they could theoretically give it to Rangers. I'm in. I'm in. Let's do it. I want a Ranger. In Final Fantasy XIV. If you have the maxed Alchemist skill, do you get to be a Full Metal Alchemist? Yes, you get to be whatever you want to yourself to be. Whatever you call yourself, that's it, man. If you want to be the Full Metal Alchemist, that's it. You're in. You don't even need to be max level. You just have to have the job unlocked. Swift cast reduced to 40x. 40 seconds at level 94. Okay, Addle duration increased to 15 seconds. I was notorious for not using Addle when I played Black Mage, so good. I'm glad they buffed this so I can get yelled at even harder when I don't use it. Umbral Ice now grants MP when ice spells hit instead of increasing mana regen per tick. This is such a good change. This is so good, and I'll tell you why. I've said this before on stream. It vastly increases the value of spell speed, because now spell speed also increases the mana regen that you have. Domina, thank you for the 100 bits. Domina says, the true changes are the friends we made along the way. Okay. Sounds good to me. This is it. Okay, the second reason why this is such a strong and good change is it removes all those awkward situations that you can get into where you're in Umbral Ice, but you're not quite in Umbral Ice long enough to get the 2 ticks of MP that you need to grant you maximum mana, maximum MP, so that you enter Astral Fire with a full MP bar, right? Now you are 100% in control of how much MP you have when you enter Astral Fire. And as you stack higher and higher spell speed, you no longer have to worry about that whole thing where you're not in Umbral Ice long enough. So suddenly, spell speed, which I think is one of the most fun abilities in the game, or stats in the game, suddenly spell speed becomes extremely powerful for Black Mage. And I am 100% on board for this. Ice spells cast in Umbral Ice no longer cost MP and regenerate this amount of MP upon hit depending on level of Umbral Ice. Sharpcast has been removed. Good. Thank you. Wow, I was so bad at making sure to actually press this button. And they kept adding more charges to it. It's like, what are you doing? And they're reducing the cooldown, adding more charges. Like, clearly they want us to press it, but okay, great. Just make it a bit easier for us, please. Yeah, Sharply Dressed Man cast has been removed. Alright, so ice spells. I didn't think they actually cost any MP to cast when you're in Umbral Ice. I'm pretty sure they don't. Because actually, I'm 100% positive they don't. Because if you cast Despair, you're at 0. You cast Blizzard 3. Maybe it's that they don't cost mana when you're in Astral Fire. I don't know. Whatever. This is good. We'll just stop that. Stop there. This is a good change. I have to keep it on my bars for remembrance? Yes, I will absolutely do that forever. All thunder spells are now instant cast and do not cost mana, but can only be cast under the effects of Thunderhead. which you gain by switching from Astral Fire to Umbral Ice. Is there any dependency here on the number of Astral Fire stacks or Umbral Ice stacks? So if I just press transpose, I get a charge of Thunderhead, no matter what. And the reason I ask is you don't necessarily get Paradox. You don't get Paradox unless you're at maximum stacks of Astral Fire. Or maximum stacks of Umbral Ice. I think. At least it was that way for a while. Okay. So you get Thunderhead when you change from Astral Fire to Umbral Ice. Or vice versa. Which allows you one free spell cast of Thunder. No limitation, just when you stance change. Got it. Or even going from neutral to either. That's actually really important. Thank you for calling that out. If you go from no stance to Astral Fire or Umbral Ice, you get Thunderhead, which is very important for when you're actually starting the fight. Okay, thank you for that clarification. So as soon as you cast Fire 3 or Ice or Blizzard 3, you get a stack of Thunderhead, which allows you to cast Thunder for free. You still have Kaiten on your bar? Kaiten was a really, really good ability. I always thought it looked awesome. I'm sad that they removed it. Okay. So this is really interesting. Basically, they're saying Sharp Cast now always applies, because this is when I would use it anyway, effectively. I would press that button when I went from Astral Fire to Umbral Ice. I would, like, reflexively use Sharp Cast to catch my next Thunder. Or Fire 1. Ice version of Paradox removed. Okay. Okay. This is another interesting change, because I would use the Ice version of Paradox as a free movement ability, but as folks that watch my stream know, I think Black Mage needs less movement abilities. I wasn't a real fan of the 2 charges of triple cast thing, so interesting, they're trading this. But you do get a free, you do always get a free cast of Thunder whenever you change from one to the other. So you have effectively a guaranteed 1 GCD free move anytime you're in either stance. Fire Paradox is now instant cast. Okay. Okay, so they moved this to here. So now you have more movement in Astral Fire than you do in Umbral Ice. Black Mage gets so much movement to make up for Yoshi P's tiny feet. They get tons of it, man. They're so mobile. Paradox now grants a guaranteed proc of Fire Starter. Okay, so exactly what we're talking about. Sharpcast is basically now applied all the time to the spells to which it would previously apply if you had it up. Umbral Soul, in addition to granting Umbral Ice and an Umbral Heart, gives back mana when you cast it, depending on level of Umbral Ice. So this is one of the things that I was curious about. Thank you for answering this. The only drawback to this sort of change would be, what if I don't have a target to attack? Right? If I don't have a target to attack with my ice spells to get back MP, well, I'm kind of stuck. You do this. You use Umbral Soul. It's the exact same as before. Black Mages is just spamming Umbral Soul to get back their MP. And this is effectively, once you get to 3 stacks of Umbral Ice, it gives you back your whole MP bar. Mana Font is now a full fire phase reset. Grants full mana. 3 Umbral Hearts, Astral Fire 3, Thunderhead, and Paradox. Is this like a global change? There's no upgrade here? You just... Mana Font now does this at all levels? This is so good. Mana Font has always been kind of a real disappointing ability. Because all it did, effectively, was give you 1 more cast of Fire 4 and 1 more Despair. And that was it. This, changing it to this, means that I am now excited. I am pumped to press this button. I really like this change. This is a really good change. Not only does it grant you more damage, but suddenly it goes from being a kind of meh. Now I get like 1 extra flare, or I get 1 extra despair and a fire 4 kicker at the end of my fire phase, to I get to just blast everything. Right? Fantastic. No upgrade. This is just what it does now. Umbral Soul is unlocked in the 70s, so it might make downtime in the 70 ultimates a bit awkward. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know when Umbral Soul is, when you actually get that. If you're talking about like UCOB might be a bit awkward now during downtime for black mages. Thunder and Thunder 4 upgraded to High Thunder and High Thunder 4 at level 92. Okay. Okay, just bigger versions. Umbral Soul is level 76. They need to fix that. They need to fix that. They need to make it like level 70 or level 60. When do you get access to Enochian? It should come when you get Enochian. That's when you should get Umbral Soul. Just give it to them at the same time. Enochian increases to magic damage from increase to 30% at level 96. Alright, so another passive damage buff from Enochian. Enochian is 56. Yeah, just do it there. What's the drawback? There's no reason why it shouldn't be that way. Retrace action added. Retrace. Retrace relocates your ley lines to your current position. Replaces the ley lines button. Thanks for the clarification. So Enochian is another 7% damage buff. Passive. Okay, you get to relocate your ley lines once. I'm curious to see when and under what circumstances they want you to press this. The implication here is that there's going to be more abilities that they're going to give the bosses, or in the game, add to the game in general, that you would need to actively think about this. Because right now, the way that black mages deal with this is that they have to be very intelligent about where they place their ley lines to, like, increase the chances that they can spend as much time in them as possible. Effectively, the way I interpret this is that will no longer be the case. Or they're going to make it much more difficult for you to do that. So they gave you the ability to directly replace them. A third stack of Polyglot at level 98. Great. More Xenoglossy, more foul. Healers will still adjust. Some things will never change. Astral's Soul Gauge unlocked at level 100. Ooh. Fire 4 grants 1 stack. Flare grants 3 stacks. Caps at 6 stacks. 6 stacks. Okay, so you cast 6 Fire 4s or 2 Flares in your AoE rotation, right? New action at level 100. Flare Star. AoE GCD can only be executed at 6 stacks of Astral Soul. So okay, so this is interesting. Do you know what the mana cost is of this? Is it free? It would have to be free. And the reason I say that is 6 stacks when Fire 4 grants 1 stack apiece. You already cast 6 Fire 4s in your fire rotation and a Despair, which leaves you at 0, right? So the only way that you'd actually be able to cast this in fire phase is if it was free. I want Flare Star to flashbang grenade the group. That's great. No mana cost, 350 potency. 60% fall off. Ooh, that's big. 60% fall off is big. For an AoE spell of this magnitude, that's nice. So it's a finisher. And I've talked about this before. Back in Shadowbringers, when they introduced Despair, Black Mages celebrated because we were always stuck throughout Stormblood. When we were in our fire phase, we would cast 6 Fire 4s, and we would have like a little bit of mana left over in our mana bars. that really wouldn't do anything, and was there because it was a leftover of needing mana to get back into Umbral Ice phase. So when Shadowbringer's introduced Despair, finally we could actually use this ability to get rid of that extra mana that we had in our fire phase to add more damage to a single target. And now, the way I'm reading this is, you use your 6 Fire 4s, you use your Despair, and then you also have another finisher after that. So you've got your Despair as your Fire Phase finisher, and then you've got Flare Star as your Fire Phase finisher after you're done with it. 3-second base GCD? What the? I'm changing the universe to match my will? What do you mean? But I'm saying it's no mana cost and suddenly it is? 3-second base cast time. Oof, wow. So you really have to commit. High potency, long cast time. Yikes. Red Mages. Manification no longer grants gauge and just allows execution of 3 melee abilities for free. You have to, you basically have to use Flare, or Swift Cast there. Or the third charge of triple. So you'd be like, Fire 4, triple, Fire 4, Despair, Flare Star. Fire 4, oh, I get it. Fire 4, Fire Starter, triple during the GCD, Fire 4, Despair, Flare Star. Or you could do something, if you don't have triple available, Fire 4, Despair, Fire Starter, Swift Cast, Flare Star. This is why everyone got a 40-second Swift Cast, because Yoshi P wanted it for Flare Star. There you go. I mean, I don't disagree. Sounds good, Domino. Okay, so Red Mages get 3 melee abilities for free when they use Manification. Okay. Okay, that's a powerful change. Enchanted Millennium mana requirement reduced to 2020. From, this was I think 33? Or 30? You could only use this 3 times, I think. 25, okay. Okay, so this went from 4 uses at max to 5 uses at max. Jolt 2 upgraded to Jolt 3. Hell yes. Let's go. At least it's not Jolt 2 upgraded to some other random name that they invented specifically for this. Extra potency. Cooler graphic. Great. General potency increase at level 94. Alright. Follow-up to Embolden. Oh, nice. Okay. Vice of Thorns, which is AoE OGCD and replaces Embolden once used. So everybody gets these follow-ups to their AoE buffs. Right? So you use Embolden, you get an AoE OGCD. I think that's great. I like that change. It's not something I expected to see, but they've clearly really leaned into it, since I think that they've replaced every single incident of an AoE buff with a OGCD follow-up. Follow-up to Acceleration at level 96. Grand Impact. That's an impressive name. Instant Cast AoE GCD replaces both Jolt 3 and Impact upon execution of Acceleration. Nice. Nice. Grand Impact. Not Impact. What was it, like Heavy Impact or Big Impact? Grand Impact. There was another instance where they replaced something like that, but it was like, I don't know, they just high, that's right. For Black Mages, they make the spells high versions of the previous spell. Red Mages get grand versions. Grand Impact's VFX is very cool. Grand Nebula. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like. I haven't watched the video, by the way. I don't know what any of these things look like. Alright, so that's a follow-up to Acceleration. You get Grand Impact, which replaces both your other spells that would normally be cast, Jolt being your single target, Impact being your AoE. And then at level 100, you get a follow-up to Manification. Consumes all stacks of Manification. You get Cineration. Not Incineration, that'd be too mundane. You just get Cineration. AoE OGCD replaces Manification. Okay. This is actually interesting. There's a lot of AoE they added to red mages here. Right? Enchanted Molinet. So this is their melee AoE, if I remember right. You can use this more often. You get bigger AoE from Acceleration. Embolden adds an AoE. Your 100 level ability is another AoE on top of that. You feel like it's an incentive for newer players to press those buttons as soon as they come off cooldown. Probably. That's the way I interpret that. If they tie it to your damage, it's more likely, like your personal damage, it's more likely people will actually press them. And then finally, Summoner. Here we are. It's the last class. We went through the whole thing. Took us like an hour and a half. Summoner. Damage buff from Searing Light increased from 5 to 5 from 3. A 3% AoE damage buff is just like... What? I mean, yeah, sure, it's not nothing, but why? Why is it so weak? Meager. Viper's not in the stock. Viper and Picto are not in the stock. Duration increase from 20 seconds to 30 seconds. Alright, nice. Nice. Wait, is that to allow you to get through more of your rotation after you use Searing Light? Is that why they did that? So you use Searing Light, you get your 5% buff, and it lasts a longer duration so you can get through, like, realistically get through all of your abilities as a summoner since you have so many of them. It's weaker because it lasts longer? Okay, that's fair. Potency increases at level 94. Fester upgraded to Necrotize at level 92. Man. Not Fester 2, Necrotize. 20 seconds only hit Demi-Phase. Okay. So when they add the extra 10 seconds, it lets you get through more of your rotation. Good evening, Sulu. Welcome. Follow-up to Searing Lights. Searing Flash, which is an AoE OGCD. Okay. Another instance of them upgrading an AoE raid buff with an follow-up after that. Oh, decreased to 20 from 30. Oh, I misread this. Okay, it's not increased. They're decreasing it from 20 to 30. To 20 from 30. And they're increasing the potency from 3 to 5. I misread this. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, so it's shorter duration, but higher potency. Okay, so they're adding the follow-up to Searing Light. And then you get access to Solar Bahamut, because Lunar Bahamut is a boss, right? You can't have Lunar Bahamut, it has to be Solar Bahamut. This is great. I love this. Abilities are Lux Wave, a big potency Death Flare equivalent, and Exodus, a bigger potency Akmorn equivalent. Fantastic. Start fight with Solar Bahamut. You go for Solar Bahamut, regular Bahamut, Solar Phoenix. So Solar appears every other time. You get Solar Bahamut every other rotation. Extra ability added when Solar Bahamut is summoned. Lux Solaris, which is an AoE 500 potency heal. Huh. Is this automatic? Whenever you summon Solar Bahamut, he just pops Lux Solaris, which heals everybody? Solar is on every 2 minutes. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Summoner is the exact same with more healing. Now, don't say that. You get Solar Bahamut. And you get Searing Light, you get the Searing Flash follow-up. And you get a more powerful Fester. But yeah, for the most part, I mean, that's all they're doing is they're adding another big summon. It's like the Phoenix Regen ability, and it's an actual extra button. Interesting. Okay. Okay. It's only pressable once every 2 minutes. Just why? What? Did the summoner class designer not get the memo that they're trying to reduce the number of buttons in the game? Consolidate? To be fair though, summoners are the class with the least amount of buttons. So adding one more doesn't necessarily change much, but still, if you just add a button that you press once every 2 minutes, that's a 500 potency heal. You can't possibly think of a way to make that a bit more streamlined, really? So, thank you very much, Haru. I really appreciate you putting together this doc. Thank you. This is great, sitting here and reviewing all these changes in bullet point form, consolidated in one place. This is exactly what I was looking for. So I'd have a reference somewhere where I could take a look at this. Searchable. You can go from top to bottom. You don't necessarily need to, like, watch a video for 6 minutes to get to the thing that you want. You can just jump straight to the section that interests you. Yeah, thank you very much, Haru. Yeah, let's take a second to recognize Haru for putting this together in the chat. Thank you very much for that. This is a big contribution to the community, so thank you for that. Here's a gift sub. It's on me. First one's free. Thank you. Usually the summon abilities replace the summon keybinds. No idea why they did that. Yeah, it's it seems like an exception here. Not sure why. Okay, there you go. Link is, for those of you that are interested in seeing the doc, the link is currently pinned in the chat. Please take a look. Yeah, great stuff. Really good to see. Okay, cool. Do we want to play some Summoner? Not Summoner. Some Astrologian? As the stream title says, should we play some Astrologian? At some point today? There we go. You ready? All right, sounds good. Playing Astro has been a pain. You're a lot worse at it than you remember. Wait, I thought that your Alliance raid was like the best Alliance raid ever. Get your Astro gameplay here. That's right. That's right. Classic Astro gameplay. Pay attention because Endwalker Astro won't be around for much longer. Just a couple more weeks. I don't have anything against you. Come on, I'm just teasing you, Sketch. Come on. I think your Astrologian is probably better than you're giving yourself credit for, if I had to guess. Feels weird, man. Don't you give me a feels weird, man. Well, we get to do the Brayflox long stop hard mode. I can't wait to have a whole button bar that's just play 1, play 2, play 3, minor arcana. And that's going to be it. You like the cards doing different things? Yeah, I like that there's some, like, variability there. I think that's good. I don't know about the astral umbral draw element to it. I think that they really are not doing themselves any favors with the whole, like, when you're in astral and you draw, then you get a melee card, a melee damaging card, and then when you're in umbral and you draw, you get a different card. I don't like that at all. I think that is a really awkward mechanic. I also don't like the, I don't know. I guess I have more that I don't like about it than I do. I'm not 100% sold on the cards that are healing supportive having different effects in Astral versus Umbral draw. Because I was talking about this during the review. I might really need the shield, but I'm in the wrong stance to have the shield. Instead, I get a damage reduction, a flat damage reduction, which is good, but might not be timely. It might not be the thing that I need then. What do I do in that case? Because I can't redraw. I have to play it, just kind of hope for the best. Is somebody invisible here? What's going on? Oh. your character model is so small that the targeting effect covered you completely. And I'm like, what the hell is happening? We have a camoed interloper that's helping us out in the fight for some reason. You're just too small. Yeah, exactly. You're just too tiny. It's alright. No big deal. Would have been nice if the 3 normal cards were random, with each one with a different DPS/heal buff / resistance buff, etc, etc, etc. But they want it with the no RNG option, you know? And it's not even really no RNG. I mean, yes, you draw the same cards every time, but I don't know, I don't like that. I feel less adaptable. I guess that's what I'm getting at. I feel like my options are so limited by the current draw phase that I'm in. Hypothetically, let's say you're in a very structured boss fight, you're always going to be in the same phase at the same parts of the fight. If you're really on top of it. So you can work around that. I guess, but yeah, it still feels like there are times, particularly in dungeons, where I will need things that I won't have available to me because I'm in the wrong stance. And being in the wrong stance is not my fault. It's not like I misplayed. I might have played optimally. It's just something that changes every few seconds, right? So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm still pretty positive on the whole thing. I think all of the changes that I read so far in Dawn Trail seem pretty positive for every class. I didn't read anything that really stood out as, wow, I really wish they didn't do this. Maybe Astrologian comes closest, actually, to that. You feel like it's a tough one to get right? Yeah. And the reason for that is, it's pretty fundamental. They introduced a class that has high RNG, and which is the antithesis of high-level players. High-level players don't want RNG, except for a black mage and you're building crit. They want consistency. They want to know 100% if I'm making the right decisions here, I should be able to kill this boss. And the last thing they want is to feel like they didn't clear the boss because one of their healers just didn't get the right, didn't draw the right cards. So there's the RNG aspect to it. The second thing is that they made Astrologian very, very buff-based. Which is really difficult for healers, particularly in this situation. Because let's say that I've got a Scholar, and I have let's say White Mage. White Mage is a better example. Let's say I've got a White Mage and an Astrologian, right? And I'm trying to choose which healer I bring with me to my high-end raid. Do I take the White Mage, which can heal and has limited party utility? Or do I take the Astrologian, which can also heal and has higher party utility? Right? I mean, in the beginning, when the class was first introduced, that was exactly the decision that people had to come to. And the answer was always, I'm just going to take the Astrologian. And for a long time, White Mages were actually really rare because they just didn't compare. They didn't have any of the buffs, and all things being equal, Astrologians could heal just as effectively as White Mages could, because if they couldn't, why would you bring an Astrologian in the first place? So that's a really tricky place to put yourself into in terms of balancing. And they're still struggling with that to this day. They're still struggling with balancing the randomness, making the class interesting and based around cards, because cards are like a fundamental keystone for their fantasy. Balancing the potency of their buffs, and you can see in terms of damage buffs, they really pulled that back in Dawn Trail. Really pulled that back. To the point where it's almost completely de-emphasized. It's almost completely de-emphasized. They still exist, but absolutely not in the same way that they used to. Which is, it's honestly necessary. They have to do that. Because, like I said, if they don't do that, then they wind up in that exact situation I was saying before, where why do you bring healer A versus healer B when both of them can heal? Like, presumably they can heal enough to get you through the fight. But one of them brings buffs and the other one doesn't. Someone with no real experience, they absolutely murdered non-standard Black Mage. Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I combined two comments there. They murdered non-standard Black Mage. The way I would respond to that is, give me a reason why non-standard Black Mage deserves to exist in the game. Tell me why those builds need to exist. Give me a good reason for that. Because I don't think they do. I think that saying non-standard Black Mage is not a thing after Dawn Trail is a really weak excuse for improving the class in such a significant way. Like, oh no, I can't play my Black Mage in this really weird 100% bespoke way that is antithetical to the way that the designers designed the class. Okay, I guess you're just gonna have to suffer. That's it. I see no... I don't think anyone's produced an argument to me for why those playstyles need to exist. Oh yeah, I forgot to use food. don't know what non-standard is, it's like, what the canonical example I can think of is when they first introduced the Dawn Trail Black Mage, there was like this play style where you could just basically have like 2 minutes worth of instant cast spells and cycle between Umbral Ice and Astral Fire using Transpose to give yourself just a ridiculous amount of movement and mobility while also being a strictly better, higher potency rotation than traditional Black Mage, than using the traditional Black Mage rotation. That's the example I always think of when I think of non-standard. And the question is, like I said, why does that deserve to be in the game? Why do you need something like that? You don't. I can't think of a single reason why that sort of playstyle needs to exist. Let's just... If you can never do that again, but in return I get cool abilities like Flare Star added, well, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I'm willing to sacrifice your playstyle, your weird playstyle, on the altar of making the class cooler for everybody. Sounds like it shouldn't be allowed. The way they fixed it, the way they fixed that, what I just described, that situation, is they increased the potency of Fire 4. Which is such a razor's edge of balance. Because as soon as Fire 4's potency is a little bit out of alignment, suddenly that sort of playstyle comes back again, and it's just... that is not a situation I think anybody wants to be in. Aside from some hyper min-maxers on the Balance Discord. It's not good for the class. Having that sort of thing is just not good for the long-term well-being of the class. So, yeah, I'm totally fine with the changes as they are for Black Mage, and I'm very excited for the regen changes. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. That's gonna be good. MP regen. Spell speed suddenly becoming, like, the best stat in the game for Black Mages. Now, I'm a little biased there because spell speed is my preferred way of playing that class already. So, they're making a change that plays into my preferred playstyle. And I might be overlooking some possible negatives to the mana regen change that other people might be able to point out, but I honestly don't see them. I think it's going to be a positive for the class. It removes a lot of weird snags in the rotation. With that said, I still hate the AoE rotation that they introduced in Dawn Trail, or not, Endwalker. I think the AoE rotation is garbage. It's so bad. It was exceedingly better in Shadowbringers. Yeah, no worries. I can talk about Black Mage for days. Wait, what does that little blue ability do? The marker that was on top of all of us. What is that? I didn't see anything actually happen. Is that like an ad thing? We killed the ad so it didn't do the ability? I'm curious to see if Monk players, like actual Monk mains, are excited about the changes for Monk. It looked good to me on paper. But I'm really interested to see if a Monk main is excited about that. There we go. Monks like Leaden Fist, Boot, Shine, Loot. So you're saying that taking that out, folks won't like that because it is not what they wanted, not what they like to do with the class. Yeah, I can get that. If that's what you're looking forward to and they take it away, then yeah, I think that's it's basically what I experienced with the Black Mage AoE rotation. Like I said, that was one of my favorites. It was very flare focused. You can take that away, and then suddenly I'm very unhappy. Your monk friend is cautiously optimistic. So the blue thing was supposed to be an AoE? Okay, well that makes me feel better. You're hoping for something more hype for Reaper? Yeah, the, what was it? Like, the key change was just the additional finisher, right, for Enshrouded. And Enshrouded's also already really cool, as a, just as a thing, in general. So yeah, it would have been neat if they added something else. I think the problem I have right now with Reaper is that it looks very, very similar to Viper. Like, the two classes are just super... They use like the same... It seems like they have the same designer. There's a lot of similarities between them, and I hope that Viper's distinction comes across very strongly in Dawn Trail in terms of actual gameplay. They removed the dot and damage buff. So Monk has completely changed at its core from a maintenance job like Viper. Or a maintenance type job like Viper. A maintenance job. What makes it a maintenance job? Is it just the existence of a DOT? Are you talking about also the fact that they don't have, like, buffs they have to keep up anymore? Is that what you're saying? I don't think I've heard the term maintenance job used previously to describe something, so I'm just trying to understand. Constantly keeping buffs up. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I find it funny when Mikote use the Nun suffix for their Mikotes. Since there's only one Nun per tribe, particularly when the rest of the name isn't strictly lore accurate. It's like, you wanted it to be just lore accurate enough, but you didn't want to go all the way with the lore accuracy. Viper has no gauge? Wait, how do they enter their double saber state then? I thought they had a gauge meter where they had to, like, do a number of weapon attacks to fill it up so that they could enter their double saber state. Is that not how that works? I'm gonna make fun of your Mikote Chad Tia. Hey, as long as it's C, capital C apostrophe had Tia. I mean, that's actually more lore accurate than the guy that's in my party right now. The gauge is for the awakened state, but no spender. So, wait, I thought... I might be wrong. I thought that you gain gauge to go into Awaken, and then in Awaken, you have 5 points that you use to spend on abilities. And once those points are gone, then you leave the Awakened state. Is that not right? Am I missing something? Because I remember when I was watching the gameplay video, I'm like, this is Reaper's job meter that I'm looking at right now. Okay, so it is the same. Awaken and Enshrouded are the same. Okay. Yes. Got it. That's what I'm talking about when I say that they seem like very similar classes. You use, you gain meter to go into a different, more powerful form. And then, when you're in that form, you've got 5 attacks. And a finisher. And I understand that, you know, there's like left sword attacks and right sword attacks, and there's some other things there that aren't necessarily strictly the same, but the gameplay loop looks very similar. Build, spend, transform, spend. Awaken his buffs potencies? Wait. Awaken doesn't change how Viper plays, and Shroud makes Reaper really fast. Viper is always fast. Okay. So what do you use the 5 little nodules on your meter for? Oh, wait. You get a whole different set of abilities when you're in your awakened state as Viper, because you've got your double swords thing, right? You get access to different skills that consume your meter. How is that? Wait, how is that different? I am genuinely curious how that's different. Aside from the GCD. Like, those seem really similar to me. Those seem like the same things. Viper gets 5 new abilities in Awaken. Okay, so you get new abilities that consume your meter, your little gauge, your little 5 nodule things, right? Turns out the sword part of the gauge doesn't matter, it's just an indicator of which of your buttons are glowing. Yeah, I remember that part. So, Awaken buffs so what you're saying is Awaken buffs potency, but it doesn't increase skill speed. Okay, granted. Viper's always fast versus being conditionally fast. But effectively, it's you build meter, you transform, you use your 5 new abilities, and then you change back. And then you build meter, and you transform, and use your abilities, and you change back. And it's the same kind of loop that Reaper has. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but at its core, it seems like the same thing. Maybe once I get my hands on it, I'll suddenly come to the realization that, yeah, this is really different. But on paper, it seems like the same thing. Viper gets 5 new abilities in Awaken. Reaper gets new abilities in Awaken. Rathalos, what the hell? What? I forgot this fight was even in the game. Amazing. So it's either Ravana or Rathalos? At its core, they are the same thing. Okay. Okay. I think I just need to play it. I can't heal people, can I? Oh, I can't heal people. But it's like reduced potency or something? You're supposed to use your mega potions. You're supposed to avoid damage and use your mega potions. I have more abilities than I expected. Get knocked over. Or the Garula, that's right. The Garula comes out of nowhere and slams the Rathalos. I forgot all about that. This fight is so epic. I forgot all about that too. Get away from me. Don't you get near me. This should heal the people that are currently burning. Or they could always just heal themselves. It's also an option. Is that the name of this song? What was it? Proof of a Hero? Proof of a Hero? Yeah. Okay, so we can loot the Rathalos for loot. Then you loot the Rathalos' tail for even more loot. Rathalos scale. 2 Rathalos scales, nice. Yeah, the Rathalos mount. People were grinding the hell out of that fight when it was first introduced into the game. Alright, buckle up, it's Praetorium time, kids. Proof of a Hero is the Hunter's boss fight theme because it plays when you enter in rage. Nice. I like this look. It's like a classic Black Mage look with a giant collar that covers half your face. I wouldn't be surprised if you could solo that fight, yeah. Because you do get 10 heals for free. 10 full heals. I'm sure this Black Mage would be wearing the Black Mage hat as well. If they could wear hats. Why can they still not wear hats? Why is that even still a thing? Is the AR Black Mage gear? Yeah, it is. It's the Black Mage artifacts. Well, I consider it the artifact gear because that's what you did in Final Fantasy XI when you got the Black Mage stuff. That's exactly what it looked like. Too much work for a small indie company, please understand. Oh, man. I'm not very understanding when it comes to things like this. Just not... Seems lazy. Seems a little bit lazy to me. Introduce a new class. Accidentally forget to verify that it works with all of the hats that are currently in the game. Insist that every hat that's added after that race is added to the game for some reason. Also doesn't work with hats. Doesn't work with that race. No, Crystal Pistol makes this comment a lot, and I completely agree with her. Every single hat that was added to the game after the Viera were added to the game should work with the Viera model. What is the... Wait, what is the reason... What is the excuse for that not to happen? What? There's no reason why all of those... the hats that are in the game after that still don't work. Oh! Please look forward to banning everyone that uses mods to put hats on their rabbits. Yeah, you know, that's exactly right. If you outlaw wearing hats, only outlaws will wear hats. It's actually criminal. I'm just... it's so bad. Why? It feels like such a small thing, but your player base would love you forever if you just added that one feature. Right? Huh. There we go. You can understand not doing all the old pieces, but they're still making new hats they can't wear. Exactly. Exactly. That does not make me confident in the future if they add new races that just happen to have irregularly shaped heads. Like, what's gonna happen with those, right? Are they just gonna ignore them too? They're just gonna have this whole subsection of races in Final Fantasy XIV that can and cannot wear hats? If I'm a new player and I think that if I'm making a new character, how do I know who can wear a hat and who can't wear a hat? Who are the haves and have-nots here? I think ARR Black Mage fashion is peak. I can't think of a more iconic look for Black Mages than the outfit they had back then. Every other outfit they've added since then has just been chasing that original aesthetic. As a new player, there's no warning that Hrothgar and Viera can't wear 75% of the headgear in the game. Exactly. Imagine looking forward to making a rabbit, and then making your Viera, and then suddenly discovering that you can't wear any headgear. Except for sunglasses and fascinators. And knowing Final Fantasy XIV players, right? You probably went through this whole thing where you wrote up 2 pages worth of lore for your Warrior of Light before you jumped into the game. And part of your lore is that I'm a knight and I never take off my helmet because I don't want people to know who I am. It's part of my duty. You know? I know there are people out there with that. Oh yeah, it's I cover my visors down all the time. I can't let you see who I am. I'm like the Mandalorian. You have to create the lore about why you can't wear hats. Yeah, exactly. You have to just lead into it, I guess, right? I think the 4.0 AF was cool for Black Mage. Which one was that? The tank DC. Uh-huh. Okay. Got it. Yeah, the tank is still viewing the cutscene, evidently. The VV look with the yellow hat. Isn't the ARR? I thought the ARR hat was a big yellow hat too. Cursed by a tiny black mage Lalafell to never wear a helmet. There you go. That's it. Here's my 2.5 pages of Warrior of Light lore. I dedicated 4 paragraphs to why my Viera can never wear a helmet. It can only wear sunglasses. It's cursed by a Lalafell. Vile arch black mage. The ARR hat is purple. It's dark purple. You might be right. I might be thinking about the shape. Versus the oh, you are right. It's a big black hat. Yeah, it's dark. Yes. Yes, with the one eye covered up. Shtick. Yeah. Is that post still pinned? I don't see that in the chat anymore. Oh yeah, the one with the big cuffs. I forgot about that one. The big cuffs and the... Is this the Stormblood outfit? Or is this the Shadowbringers one? I forget. You don't see the pinned message anymore? Yeah, I don't see it either. I didn't unpin it. So I don't know why it's no longer there. That's the Stormblood one? Okay. It's the only Black Mage set that isn't black or dark purple. Yeah. The big cuffs and the big spiky, like, well, not spiky, but like really frayed brim hat. That party popper is twice your size. What the hell? I know where's Northcross. Sounds great. Have a good night. I'll see you next time, alright? Take care. Alright, I think we're good. You can go ahead and pull anytime. Just very slowly inching closer to the boss. He's got his stretch. I mean, I guess. I don't know what's going on over there. Why doesn't Sid help here? He's just standing there. Buddy. Get in there and fight. I know you know how to use a pistol. You're a machinist, right? I'm always the last one down there. Alright, let's blow this place to pieces. I remember my first time piloting the Magitech outfit, I was so hyped for this, man. This was like the best. You're telling me there's a whole sequence here where I just didn't get to do nothing but ride around in my cool robot and blast things? Hell yeah. Don't want the tank to pull any muscles? And listen, that's his problem. He should have prepared before he came in here. You're telling me you don't stretch before you queue for something like this? You have to. You gotta stretch before you get into the instance, not after. Common knowledge. Did the tank just AFK until we finished all this stuff? Or were there actually 4 of us there? I only counted 3. Look, rack zoom. Rack zoom, right here. Boom. You were doing your push-ups beforehand? Right, exactly, Sulu. Being a responsible MSQ keyword. I am starving, chat. Thinking about, I'm seriously considering ordering food, but it's already like quarter to 11. And I don't know which place would actually still be open. Maybe Taco Bell? Maybe I do some late night Taco Bell? I seem to have misplaced my keyboard. What? What? Why is that an auto-translate? I was such an auto-translate connoisseur back in Final Fantasy XI. I used it to communicate everything, but I just never did that anymore in Final Fantasy XIV. Hey Gigole, and thank you for that raid. Welcome everybody. How's it going tonight? How was your stream, man? Hail and well met, Raiders. If this is your first time here, I am the sharply dressed man. We're playing some Final Fantasy XIV tonight. I hope you're having a great night so far. We did an hour-and-a-half long review of all of the changes for all of the classes in Dawn Trail, and it was fantastic. It might have actually been closer to 2 hours. Still enjoying Dave the Diver? Fantastic. That's great, man. I think we talked about this, but I'm a little surprised there's so much content in that game. It looks like a short little indie game, but it seems like there's just more to it than meets the eye, really. Seems like there's a lot to it. We are currently level 83. We should be 84 by the time we leave this dungeon. We're making progress. Slowly but surely. Getting to level 90. 2 more levels today. I'm guessing... We might make 3 levels today. We might make it to level 85. Maybe. I'm guessing 3 levels tomorrow, which means we'll enter the weekend at level 88, finish up on Monday. Monday at the latest, I think. They just slowly keep on piling more and more content for you to deal with. That's great. That's great. For the longest time, I thought it was just diving plus sushi. I didn't realize there was so much to it. That's all I ever saw whenever I watched anybody play that game. Was diving and sushi. Well, Nero, I see you still have no voiceover. This poor guy. So critical to the story, yet sadly unvoiced. Yeah, so I'll probably be posting the clip of my first-time reactions to all of the changes earlier on my YouTube channel. Ironically, it's like a 2-hour long... like I said, it's gonna be like a 2-hour long video of me just talking about changes. Alright, sounds good, Gigo. How's everyone's day going? I seem to have misplaced my keyboard. It is the weirdest thing. I'm not sure how that happened, and yet it did. Sorry, Black Mage, you're gonna have to deal with your own damn Magitech Claw. I don't have time for such nonsense. I'm a very important healer. This fight was actually... I remember when it used to start this fight with like a LB2, because as soon as you started it, you'd lose your LB meter. The ultimate weapon is activated, and it brims with the power of icons. Oh man, I'm so psyched for the Gaius monologue. Who else is excited for the Gaius monologue? Raise your hands. I can't wait. Sulu. Yeah, yeah. It's time. We're almost there. This is it. Who's ready? I'm ready. Can't wait. Alright, here we go.
Look for the lift's control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lift down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon.
Don't you even think about dying. They're too bloody useful.
Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there. Oh, and don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful. The interference is getting worse. I don't think the connection will last much.
You know, Sulu, I really like your little cowboy outfit. It's extremely cute.
Tell me, for whom do you fight?
Tell me for whom you fight, Gaius. You first.
Do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception.
Chat, I cannot wait for the graphical update.
It is not but a cobweb of lies.
I cannot
To
wait for
believe
it.
in
I'm so
Eorzea
excited for this.
is to believe in nothing.
It's about time.
In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight.
And I think
in
there's a lot of
their
potential there.
stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down?
A friend helped you out because you're bad with glam.
They will answer, so long as you lavish.
Yeah, for me that would be
them
Strawberry
crystals
Sundays.
and gorge
If I had
them
any
on
questions about
ether.
glamour, I just go to Strawberry.
Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Except but this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak.
He needs like a really good maniacal laugh to fit in here somewhere.
Knowing this, but a single path is open to the infinite ruler, that of false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death.
Of death.
Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation.
The Garlean Empire invests so much money and time and manpower into trying to take over Eorzea.
Champion of Eorzea, Face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule.
Can someone remind me why they are even here? Is there some kind of like
There's
really?
only right that I should take
Is it
your
because of the
realm,
icons? They want
but
to
none
destroy
among
the
you has
Aeons?
the power to stop me.
Or is there some resource they need here? Why are they so hell bent on taking over Eorzea again? Why don't they just leave it alone and go somewhere else? Since it seems like they have such a hard time doing so. This is where all the oil is. Wasn't Eorzea where they used to live? That would be new lore for me, if that's the case. I don't remember that being part of it, but I might be mistaken. Maybe? Maybe they're here to reclaim their historic, like, motherland? I think I would have remembered that plot point, but I might be wrong.
Know your place.
Somehow I need to not be in front of this guy. I always end up in front of him when he's using some ability. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Sounds sort of familiar. I think you remember hearing they got chased away by the Alligans, and that's why they hate magic. Oh. Those damn Alligans.
Come. We shall see if you can finish what you have started.
I'm excited for the Alligans to come back. If they ever decide to pull them back into the storyline, I'd be okay with that. I finished the MSQ, by the way, today. I'm all caught up now. I'm ready for Dawn Trail. I get the sense that Endwalker, Dawn Trail is going to be the Monster Hunter expansion. Is that because I did the last little bit, you know, where you have to. You go through that little solo instance. And I'm like, are we really going to be hunting dinosaurs? Is that going to be the Dawn Trail thing? You hunt a bunch of dinosaurs?
Eorzea is mine by right.
All the bosses are just big dinosaurs. Mostly I think it's because they're butthurt about the icons. Yeah, I feel like that feels right to me. Feels like the right lore. They came here to eliminate the Eons. And, they keep getting defeated, so they just stick around because they're too butthurt to leave. You know, they were somewhere else before Garlemald because they talk about it being where they were pushed to and hating the cold. I mean, they did pretty well for themselves out there. All right, like they had the most advanced civilization on the planet by far. By far. Nobody was even close. They had like cars and modern amenities and radios and television sets and just... I mean, who wouldn't want to live that way? Toilets? Indoor toilets? It's definitely something that the people in Eorzea don't have. Indoor toilets? Shh. They have magic, but they can't figure out basic sanitation. Hey, Shadow. I'm doing alright. How are you doing tonight? I'm working on your MSQ right now. Hello, Caleb. You just finished the Labyrinthos dungeon. Nice. So you're still working through the Endwalker stuff. Endwalker base MSQ. There's a lot. The post Endwalker MSQ, there's so much. There's so much there. There's like 6 patches, maybe? I feel like it took me forever to get through all that stuff. When you can't cast fireballs, you cast nuclear missile. There you go. There you go. That's it. I mean, who would have thought that with the crutch of magic, you wouldn't have radios? You just wouldn't have that. Yeah, the Garlean Empire was super, super advanced. I'm still a little upset. I take that back. I am very upset that they... welcome back. We never got to see Garlemald at its peak. We never got to see them at the peak, the pinnacle of like an actual functional civilization. I'm so mad about that. Yeah, to be fair, the I remember now the Garleans used to be farmers and they were displaced. That's why the Reaper class is there. It's like the Garlean class. Dusk Vigil. Hell yeah. The Reapers were angry farmers. And then they made Reapers. I can't believe that's actual lore, right? I'm not crazy, I'm not making that up. Reapers actually used to be... It's because the Garleans used to be farmers. Like... very agrarian. I seem to remember that being a big meme, but... then it was actually confirmed that was part of the lore. Reapers were Garlean farmers that took partnership with void creatures to protect themselves. And when you think about it, the Garleans probably really benefited as a civilization from being as isolated as they were, because you rightly point out that when you exist in a world of magic, not having magic at all, not even being able to access it, means that you're at a significant disadvantage. So they were in probably the most inhospitable place in the entire world, and they still thrived eventually. I'm sure it was really bad for a long, long time before they invented space heaters, discovered how to refine oil. Very agrarian and super contrarian. I don't think that's true. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and say I don't think you're right. I actually think exactly the opposite of whatever it is you think. I can't cast magic either. I'm just trying to see what being a Garlean feels like for just a little bit. One of your favorite Final Fantasy XIV world building is Garlemald. Yeah, it's actually, they did a good job with that. I think that whole thing was pretty well done. I'll do a cosplay as a Garlean one of these days. Which Garlean should I cosplay? Don't say Xenos. I really hate this boss. I spend so much of my time stunned or flying in the air or whatever the hell. You want me to cosplay as Emmett Selk? Okay, but I gotta cosplay as old Emmett Selk. Alright. I'm gonna get a big old beard. Not hot young Emmett Selk. Does Emmett Selk still have the luscious hair? I don't know, man. I would have to get a wig in either case. Any Emmett Selk is awesome. Okay. I'll do Hades Emmett Selk. How about that? The raid boss. Just show up with a million masks just hanging around me. And chat's like, yes, please, that's the hottest one. Why'd it be so weird, chat? Old Emmett Selk is balding. Alright, well, doesn't he also have, like, really long hair, though? He's balding, but doesn't he have, like, the big back hair? Or hair down the back, I should say, like the mega mullet? Doesn't he have that? Or is that something else? He just has a really long beard? Wait, but he's otherwise bald? Ah, good old Sir Elmeric. This guy. So they said, just DPS the boss. Alright. I'm doing my best. I'm just DPSing the boss. Bong. You still want the snappy thing. Okay, got it. You want me to do the snappy... How does... Wait. You can't do the snappy thing if you're playing the extreme trial. He doesn't have hands. Or does he have hands? I'm talking about phase 2, right? The big amorphous blob. I can definitely do that. I can 100% cosplay an amorphous blob. Just leave it to me. Make a hand? Make a hand snappy thing. Oh, alright. I get it. Loud and clear, okay, I understand the request. It's for the hand snappy thing. You don't remember phase 2? Yeah, look up Hades phase 2. One of your favorite mods? But of course you don't actually use mods. One of the favorite mods that you've heard of, right? That you definitely do not use yourself. Is having your teleport replaced by the Emmet Selk walk away into Vanish. That's epic. That's freaking epic. That's great. But you don't use mods, so you have no first-hand knowledge of this, right? Oh, rip the ninja, I guess. He doesn't get to actually participate. Oh, I didn't see it was in a cutscene. Alright, fine. You get one pass, buddy. Yeah, playing a melee on this boss is such a nightmare. It's so bad. Just constantly subjected to whirling jail over and over and over again. Go in, go out, do whatever. Just eat the wind and have the healer adjust. Yeah, but it's a DPS loss. I actually won that with a 14. Sorry. Sorry, Sulu. Rolled a 4, yeah. What? I keep changing my mind about what I want to queue for. Do I want to queue for a specific dungeon? Do I want to queue? I'm level 83. So I could queue for the second Endwalker dungeon is now available to me. But that would mean I didn't get to do Zmail Darkhold, so... That's a tricky one. As we all know, Zmail Darkhold is absolutely my favorite dungeon. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Zmail. I think there's a lot here that is outdated and needs to be changed. Desperately needs to be changed. Thank you for killing the betrayed soul. I do appreciate that. Man, they're getting rid of Astrodyne. What am I gonna do? Whatever shall I do without my Astrodyne? Almost let the tank die. Oh, here comes the guy. Oh, the tank actually moved into the safe spot. I'm really surprised, actually. Listen, man, if you're gonna sit over there in the side of the Magitech terminal, you gotta commit to it. You can't just get out. You gotta believe. You appreciate the removal of Astrodyne? Firmly believe that the only bottomless well of mana should be Black Mage. Astrodyne is really powerful. Yeah, it's very strong. I almost never have to press Lucid anymore. with Astrodyne. And that's just the basic thing that it does. Increases my cast speed, increases my healing potency. It's just like an all-in-one great button. I'm with you. I don't think Astrologians are in such a dire state that they need something like that to balance them out. We got this. We can do this in one. Let's go. Oh. What bad timing, too. That was such bad timing. That little light went away. He's still invulnerable. There we go. There we go. And then he instantly used his AoE. Delete Astrologia? What? I think it deserves to exist. Seems like they added the same or more with the new Mediator vids. What are you talking about? Like, same or more of what? Alright, time to see if the tank dies. This whole area here is just so bad. Looks like the tank's doing alright. We're doing okay here. Grouping things up as ever continues to be the worst part of this. Astro abilities. They added more Astro abilities. I mean, they added. If you're talking, are you talking about the card rework? Sorry, I'm trying to interpret what you're discussing. Specifically, what topic you're talking about Astrologians. If you talk about the card rework, still kind of conflicted about that. I don't know if it's a good change or not. I'll have to play that out. I talked about why I think it's. I don't know. It's hard for me to make a conclusion about it right now. And I discussed why earlier. I hope it's positive. I hope it's a good change. I like the way that Astrologian plays currently. I think it's actually really fun. But the fun that I see in Astrologian definitely doesn't hinge on the presence or existence of Astrodyne. I don't think that ability is 100% needed at all. I honestly don't think Astrologians are in such a dire spot, balance-wise, that they need something like that button to improve their ability to sustain. Like, that seems like the really big takeaway from that, is that you would have that if they had a really big problem with mana, and they really don't. They don't have that kind of problem with mana. Maybe they would if they had to res all the time. Referring to the Mediator changes. That doesn't help. What specifically about the Mediator changes are you discussing? What about them? Be specific. When you're talking about an ability or abilities, tell me which abilities specifically you're talking about. That'll help me have a conversation with you. In the opener, the only cards that you care about are the DPS cards and the Lord of Crowns. That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Yeah, you don't really care. Well, you might care about the shield. But is that... Wait, is that Umbral or is that Astral? Oh, here we are again. I don't remember which ones are Umbral or Astral. Draw. You're not going to type a list for me? I'm not asking you for a list. You want to discuss something? I want to discuss something with you right back. But I'm not going to discuss 12 different topics at once. So which specific topic would you like to talk about? You see how Haru right there had a specific idea about something that was a point to talk about, and then elaborated on it? Try that. It will help you in your conversational abilities. That's a really good place to start. You're not worried about the utility cards not being used at all? You're not. You're more worried about the utility cards not being used. I see. I see. This is really... We're in a bad spot here. I'm taking two things. I think we're... Okay, this is better. This is better. As long as I'm not being interrupted with my spellcast, I think we're gonna be okay. This is my favorite room in the dungeon. I love it. Hey, thank you for the compliment. Appreciate that. Yeah, there we go. Nah, that's fine. I've got mana, we can heal through this. So why are you worried about the utility cards not being used? Do you feel like they're just not worth the time to press that button? Are there other OGCDs I would be using instead? Utility cards seem useful on paper. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they seem like they would be something I would want to press. And I don't think I've got other things that are competing for priority at that point. So, I might be... It might be that I'm casting them, but maybe I'm just using them to use them, and I'm not necessarily using them in an optimal fashion. Because I only have 60 seconds to use 4 cards, right? So that's 1 card per 15 seconds. In the opener, it's pretty obvious which ones I want to use. And when. Like I said, you might want to use the shield one. There's the damage reduction one too, which may be useful because boss fights tend to begin with a AoE of some kind. The non-DPS cards are going to feel very weird. Mostly reserved for tank and off-tank for 8-mans. Yeah, I can see that. Possibly. Since they're all single target, yeah, I see your point. It's gonna be, yeah. More reserved for the tanks. Ow. Wow. Sue, no! Don't die. It's alright. We're safe. Don't hate the idea, but it depends on the content you're running. They had to tone down the damage portion of Astrology. I talked about why they had to do that earlier in the broadcast, but they basically really had to tone that down. And they did. They toned that down a lot. The focus on that is now, well, you get at most a 6% buff, 6% damage buff that you can put on one person that lasts 15 seconds once every 60 seconds, which is just, that's not a lot. And they redid the rest of the cards to focus solely on healing and damage mitigation, which they really had to do. Thank you, Gigolian. Look at that, we're level 84. Hell yeah. Okay, let's do a higher dungeon. Let's do the Tower of Babel. We did the Tower of Zot. I haven't done this. I think I did this dungeon once when Endwalker released. So we'll see how this goes. This ought to be a lot of fun. You think there's a problem with healers not pressing buttons like Exaltation, Divine Benison, Protraction, Soteria, all the single target tank assistance buttons, and the support cards are basically just all of those. So you're talking about something like Celestial Intersection. You put that in there too, right? It's a single target ability. It's on a relatively short cooldown. As a shield. It's like designed for tank mitigation. Your concern is that there's already a... There's already a hard time finding, like, healers, encouraging them to press those buttons. And now we're giving them 4 buttons that all are in that same vein. Congratulations on getting Scholar to 90, Michaela. Only your Bard left. Nice. Great. Congratulations, yeah. That's great progress. Until you see it in Dawntrail, there isn't heavy or hard healing. There's a lot of downtime, unless it's EX, Savage, or Ultimate, where the healing feels intense. Otherwise, if you're in a good warrior in the team, it's like dropping a deck of cards on the floor every minute. Yeah. Yeah, that's I mean, you can definitely feel that. Final Fantasy XIV doesn't really know what to do with their healers, or healing in general. If I'm healing in World of Warcraft, I'm healing, generally. Like, I very rarely have downtime to throw in, like, a Holy Fire or something like that with my priest. I'm very busily healing. And that's generally true in most of the content in that game, too. The last time I played it, by the way. The last time I played it was in Battle for Azeroth. So it might have changed since then, but the difference is night and day between the two games in terms of healing. Final Fantasy XIV, it's like, you watch me play this class. I'm casting Gravity more than I'm casting any healing spells. And it almost feels like an imposition for me to take the time to actually heal somebody. For better or worse. And I think that really comes down to, yeah, Final Fantasy XIV hasn't really figured out what they want to do with their healing classes. Or how they want to balance healing. But, yeah, okay, so what you're saying is there's just not enough opportunity or need to do those things. You want to tank it? Sure. Yeah, no worries, let's do that. It's okay to have a bit of downtime on the stream, too. We don't necessarily always have to be running dungeons. Still no insta-queue, yeah. Not enough people high enough level doing random dungeons. What website was I looking at earlier for the job changes? That was a doc that was shared by Haru. Authored by Haru. Is it in the Discord? Is that what did you say you dropped it in there? It was a pinned post for a while. It's not in the Discord. Okay. Would you mind relinking that? Because I pinned it and it somehow got unpinned. WoW healing is on another level. Yeah, I used to heal in World of Warcraft. I did for a while. I generally played DPS, Shadow Priest, Fury Warrior. Oh, it's pinned for 20 minutes. Okay. There's an option there. So it was only pinned for 20 minutes. It's actually a lot of fun, and that's like all you focus on for the most part. Your primary objective is to heal and keep people's hit point bars full. And cleanse, and it's a really active kind of experience. And in Final Fantasy XIV, it's like, it's not even half of what you do. I press DPS buttons so much more often than I do healing buttons in this game. So yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to heavier healing content. I really wouldn't. As long as we have the utility and the tools necessary to deal with it, and it's, you know, fun and interactive and keeps me engaged, I'm all for it. 100%. You'd also have to increase the damage that all the other classes do to offset, because healers' DPS would go way down. But overall, it's probably a positive thing. You remember the first dungeon of Shadowbringers was rough from a healing and tanking standpoint? Yeah. I think you can say that for the first dungeon in every expansion. It's always rough. Dusk Vigil, Siren Song C, Tower of Zot, Holminster Switch, right? They all beat ass. But I don't think that they're... It's like it's really hard for a little bit at the very start of a pull. The tank takes a lot of damage. And then it drops off a cliff. And then you have like a lot of stuff. Free time. There's also a lot of like regens and heals over time in this game. So if you manage those on your tank effectively, your tanks also have a lot of self-sustain as well, then your tanks can sustain through a lot for a longer period of time. If they follow that design philosophy, you'd think it would be fine. Yeah. Stone Vigil is, in your opinion, where sprouts become battle-hardened. That dungeon is the true test of your healing and tanking. Yeah. I remember being so shocked when I actually started playing Heavensward, and I got to Stone Vigil, and I was playing with the healer at the time. I was playing Bard. We got destroyed. You know, we were expecting something similar to all of the level 50 dungeons, right? We get in there. The tank explodes on the first pack of 3 monsters, 2 of which are just birds. Just unbelievable. Like the spike in difficulty in Stone Vigil. Alright, Zulu, you're putting your life in my hands. I'll try not to let you down. No promises, though. I suddenly have access to a million skills that I don't remember how to use. Because I've been doing nothing but lower content all night long. At least they've got a cooler looking gravity now. Magni the Older. I forget who it was, but somebody was telling me that they use Siren Song C as their litmus test for whether or not they actually understand a class. And I think that's pretty fair, too. Siren Song C hits pretty hard. That was you? Yeah. So there you go, Sketch. I agree with you. I think that is an astute assessment. Siren Song C is really... It'll catch you by surprise. It really starts kind of slow, too. And then as you get through it... Who the hell is this guy? The giant clown, Barnabas. Rip that dude. Yeah, you know, I should actually be paying a lot more attention to when I actually have a Earthly Sphere down. Or Earthly Star. Because I tend to do that too, I tend to overheal. We got the same dungeon at the same time? That's a fish bog if I ever saw one. Magni the Little Sun, there he is, in all of his glory. Oh, wait, we have allies on the other platforms? I forget the context of this whole dungeon. What are we doing here? All I know is we're here to kill Garleans or whatever. Right? That's it. I don't know where we are. I don't know what I'm doing. All I know is I'm here to kill some Garleans. No, my star. Wait. Alright, as long as they drop more guys in the next 5 seconds, we're good to go. Okay, good, good, good. It's important that you take some damage here. We're invading Garlemald. Okay, sounds good. Let the invasion commence. Very slowly. Good stuff. Whoops. Hey, it's War Mech. I feel like usually these Avengers are just big ass kickers, but they don't seem to be doing a whole lot here. This guy appears to be missing an arm. Or does it just have a really short arm? It's hard to tell. Where's my embolden? I bet if embolden had a follow-on attack built into it, we'd definitely have it by now. Magitech Chakram. Is he a dancer? Makes you small. Missiles on the left and right are different color? What? Uh-oh, sorry, I didn't mean to draw your attention to that. I'm guessing we don't want to be near those things. We don't want to step on the frog thing just yet. I'm a frog. I can't heal you, buddy. I'm a frog. Sorry, man. I tried. I was still a frog. Wait, are these things only active during certain periods of time? Am I being silly by trying to go around them? I feel like I am. You're right, the missiles are different colors. One's green and one's red. What the heck? We're doing better than you? It's okay. Your clear's a little bit slower, it's totally fine. Get to see the big bad guy down there just looking at us. I'm not even using all of my abilities at this point. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm using some of them. I'm gonna say that and then Sue's gonna die. Alright. I'm trying not to make you die. And here we are. Wow, that was actually very, very fast. Nice run. As soon as I said that your tank died, Sketch. Don't do that. Now I feel bad. Okay, we got nails. Do I have to be... Oh, I have to go over here. Don't I? Yep. The other place is also fine. Boundless pain. Good grief. That was a lot of pain. Oh. Oh. What is happening? Anima's Dimension. Okay, well, we're here now. We're fighting the bottom half of him. You can clearly tell how often I do this dungeon. Alright, make sure to keep moving, because I feel like that's really going to hurt if it catches up to you. It's a basic point. That's my star. Everyone runs to my star. like is the portal out of here? Time for some more boundless pain. Alright, we gotta keep our... I was gonna say, we gotta keep our sprint off cooldown, so I don't have to worry about that. Alright, so it's this one and the opposite one? It's definitely this one to save. Okay. It's just this one. Mega Graviton? Oh, that sounds bad. We're gonna get some more never-ending pain. That was really good. That was really good. Can I come in the tank? That was a good tank. Imperial Magitech Tuck. Ah, the Tuck. You killed the samurai? The way you typed that in the chat made it sound like you were going to kill the samurai. Like, I kill the samurai. It's going to happen. 1 second. All right. Temporary penalty preventing you from registering for duty. Can you do it in 30 seconds? Your star was 0.1 seconds too late. You're good? Okay. I didn't catch that in chat, so sorry about that. Ah, what do we got? Katana Ravel. Nice. Ooh, fun. Dragoon Black Mage. Ooh, fun. Whoops. Evening Misa, thank you for that raid. Welcome everybody. Hey Misa, how are you? How was your stream? Welcome raiders. If this is your first time here, I'm the Sharply Dressed Man. We're playing some Final Fantasy XIV tonight. Hope you had a great night with Misa. I'm sure you did. I'm sure you had a great time. How was your stream? What'd you get up to today? Exciting and indulging in the new Media Tour stuff. Nice, nice. Yeah, I spent like an hour and a half reading over a big old document earlier today. Covering a lot of that. What was your favorite part of it? What was the change that you were really excited about? I'm doing great. Yeah, things have been going very well over here. I'm playing some Astrologian so I can get a chance to really experience the class before it changes completely later. Uh-oh, you might die. You're fine. You might still die. No, you're fine. You're fine. Everything's good. Everything's fine here. Scholar running out and being a diva winning, and Ninja's slight changes are nice. Scholar's, their level 100 ability, I was a little surprised at just, like, what that enables you to do. I was really surprised by that. I think it's very cool. But man, compared to some of the other classes, level 100s, like, if you put Scholar level 100 side by side with White Mage level 100, it's like night and day difference. And the White Mage one is cool. It's fun. It's a good button to press. The Scholar one is like Super Saiyan mode. You just go nuts. Your brain is fried. It's okay, man. You will recover. I believe in you. Just give it some time. If only they didn't force a dress on scholars. You don't like their outfits? Not a fan of their attire. Wow, you took no damage from that attack. I need you to train some of the other tanks that I've had to heal. Can you do that? You hope there's enough healing to justify it. Yeah, we're just discussing that. Because it really seems like they're giving a ton, I mean a lot, of extra healing to healers. A lot of it. So, is there going to be enough healing in the game to require it? When you look at Astrologians, it's another great example. They give them a ton of extra healing, like buttons to press, right? With all the different cards. There's a lot of healing cards, and damage prevention cards, and mitigation cards, and things like that. Shielding cards. They took away a lot of the damage cards, the buffing cards. So, does that mean that there's going to be that much more healing to do? Because right now, that's just not the case. That is just not the case. And it hasn't really been the case ever. Outside of very, very specific exceptions. This has never been like a thing in Final Fantasy XIV. Astrologian had many healing tools in Endwalker, but doesn't feel justified. Yeah. There are some exceptions. But you mean, if you're looking at me right now, what am I doing? Spamming gravity. That's basically it. Oh, Malefic. And I wouldn't really consider myself to be... I mean, I was just doing that in Tower of Babel, too. And I don't really consider myself to be really overgeared for the content. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not the trend continues in Dawn Trail, or what the direction of the game, where that direction of the game goes. The Final Fantasy XIV has never really had a very clear world for healers outside of like being green DPS for the most part. That's my experience with them anyway. Stuff needs to start dying. Is stuff dying? Yes, stuff is dying. Stuff is in fact dying. What if they upgraded dungeons to be able to be taken on at level cap? Yeah, sure. I think that's a... I would like it if we could do scaled dungeons, yeah. Why not? A lot of the dungeons are pretty good. I just wish there was more to them, for the most part. Like, I was also talking about the dungeon design previously on the stream. Not necessarily today, but in the past. The dungeon design in Final Fantasy XIV is pretty predictable. You always know what the dungeon's gonna have. It's gonna have 3 bosses. It's gonna have a section of trash and then a boss, a section of trash and then a boss in one long hallway. It's basically what it is, and that's almost every single dungeon in the game. With very few exceptions. And that's a trend that I don't really see any signs that they're gonna break, so we'll see. Level caps Nastasha? Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Level caps Nastasha. You get to fight Den the Orca-Toothed. A real big version of him. Hawk Banner Savage could be fun. Could be fun. Yeah, I agree. I think it's gonna be fine if I stand here. I think it'll be fine if I stand here. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. We're fine. Alright, good. As long as it's not just the same mechanics with the bosses at 1,000,000 hit points, yeah, agreed. God, could you imagine doing that fight with the 2 bosses, the Jester and the other guy? That just goes on for 20 minutes. And it's nothing new. It's just that. Wanderer's Palace at level cap? Oh, yeah, the Tonberry would actually be threatening. Yes, you're absolutely right. Would actually be threatening. Which honestly isn't a bad thing. You're supposed to be scared of those little guys, right? You're supposed to fear them. And the degree to which you don't, it's a little bit of an expectation, you know? You should be running away from them whenever you got a chance. In the entire history of Final Fantasy, their whole purpose was to slowly walk up to you and then murder you with their little knife, yeah. And then they cast everyone's grudge for all the other little Tonberries that you murdered, and then they would kill you that way too. Yeah, I remember being a little bit disappointed with the Tonberry King boss in Wanderer's Palace. Because it didn't really seem like you really even need to pay attention to what he does. I think the design of that fight is supposed to be you're supposed to have to deal with the ads, which are other Tonberries, or you have to kill them, or some other way to deal with them. And then he uses everyone's grudge to punish you for doing that. I think that's the design. But what it really comes down to is you just kill him. You just kill him. Ignore the ads. All the mechanics are pretty much nullified. You love the idea of wandering Tonberries that murder you in one shot. Hell yeah. There you go. Wait, how is he still alive? I should have killed him. Oh lordy, he's coming. That's on the Dragoon again. Okay, I guess he just takes it. That's fine. Alright, I definitely want to use my DPS ability right here. Alright, we're gonna pop. Divination. I'm gonna be everybody's favorite astrology. Oh, it's on the Black Mage this time. We gotta stand on the sides. I was gonna laugh so hard at that Black Mage died at the right at the end there because he was all the way over in the corner and didn't get my AoE heal. I was about to lose it, man. So it's just a little bit too late on that mana ward, huh? Huh? Just a little bit too late. You'd make it so that the Tonberries are super slow, but there are a ton of them. Killing any of them causes the boss to instantly cast everyone's grudge for a huge amount of damage. So you'd have to kite tons of little Tonberries while trying to damage the big one. I think that's pretty fantastic. That's great. Just the really slow, tiny little Tonberries. Getting your relic weapon upgraded. Nice. Do it. We got to level 85. Nice. That unlocks another dungeon, right? Vanaspati. Every other level. The level 89 dungeon is always so... feels like it's so orphaned, you know? You do it one time, and they never do it again because you're doing the 90 dungeon instead. So we got 3 levels tonight. That's pretty good. It's more than I expected. Imperial Ushanka of Healing. Huh. God, yeah, that's a very Imperial looking hat. Excuse me. Let's see. Armon. Rid of that. Bye. Ishgardian Chaplain's Choker. Rabble Keeper's Planisphere. What's my current Planisphere? Level 80? Yeah. Everything I have on is level 80. Of varying degrees of quality. Still have 500 eye level legs. Everything else is pretty good. Do they have the interns develop the weapon models for the dungeons? They leave the more complex weapon models to the senior artists for the raids? The ones with all the cool effects. I wonder. You all set? That's a cool looking axe you got there. Look at that thing. It's very RGB. It's the Razor brand battle axe. Alright, Vanaspati. Another dungeon I don't remember anything about. This ought to be a lot of fun. And this is going to be a good time. Let's do this.
My friends, heed me. These are children of Stavner. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
My friends. Okay, stuff needs to start dying. Why do I feel like I only have one charge of Essential? Oh, I had to use the other charge of Essential on the DPS. That's what happened.
If this is the only way,
Intersection has such a cool looking animation for being something that only the tank ever sees. Blah. Sometimes it takes me a second to get into a nice rhythm. Isn't this guy pretty? What's happening? Oh, you have to go to the one that's not talking. You go to the one that's not talking. There you go. Oh, there were two that weren't talking that time. Are there always two? Alright, good night, Sketch. See you next time. Have a great night. Is this all he does? This whole thing? Oh. Okay, so this is the mechanic. He starts doing a half room wide AoE. job, team.
What is it?
That was fun.
Presence I sense. The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
But this is it. This is all we can do. Just these things. Oh no! She turned into a big fun baba! Oh no! All of our little kids did too! Wow. Littler fun babas. It's very sad. That was it, huh? That was it! Nice, not bad, not bad. I feel like neutral sect is fine, but it's not that impactful for me. I don't know, maybe I'm just using it wrong. Being on such a long cooldown. It does increase healing potency by 20%. So that is nice. But I'm looking for the shields, and the shields are just kind of like, yeah, they're fine. Eh, they're okay. Unholy water. Are we playing Vampire Survivors now? Ether Cypher. Okay. And then he explodes the unholy water? Is that what's gonna happen? Are you just supposed to not touch the water? Is that the deal? Oh, I see. Oh. I've seen that mechanic before. So it depends on whether or not he pulls in the water or the fire, no? Holy, that is a ton of damage. Yep, I've definitely seen that mechanic before. In some other dungeon. I need to get better about dropping Earthly Star first thing. Because that heal and the damage is just so nice. Okay, cool, there we go. More Terminus Bellwethers. Just what the game needs. More of these guys. I'm surprised he didn't call all his friends. I mean, I guess they kind of did. I guess he kind of does. There we go. All right. Last boss time. This guy's so weird. Look at him. Flames of Decay. All right. Yeah. Knew that one was coming. Okay, so apparently I need to do the opposite of what shows on the screen. Got it. Yeah, I'll be honest, it's sometimes really hard to tell what the intent is. Like, do they mean to do that? Woxley, thank you for the raid, by the way. Welcome, folks. Hope you're having a great night tonight. How was your broadcast, Wox? We are relearning, I should say, learning in general, healing on Astrologian. Having a great time with it so far. It's a lot of OGCDs. Lots and lots of OG CDs. The question is, will we use the LB? Will we use it? We're running out of time. Ooh, that was a perfectly timed stellar explosion, gotta say. Yeah, the tank used it, which is good. Worked out all right. Thank you again, Walks, for the raid. Appreciate that very much. Lots of silly fun working on your machinist. How's that going? You excited about those changes in Dawn Trail for machinist? Yeah, GG's, Sulu. Thank you for the runs. It's been a hot minute since we were both actively playing Final Fantasy XIV. It has been. It's been a while. Yeah. It has been a while. I decided to level up Astrologian. The chat met a subscription goal to convince me to get to level 90 with this class. I started at level 60. 62? You just like to maintain Omni. Got it. The changes do look... I like the changes for Machinists. They look interesting. You're planning to stay on Warrior. Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay. That works for me. I mean... doesn't matter what I think. Yeah, the Warrior changes look pretty fun, too. I'm excited about that. I'm excited for the Black Mage stuff. Oh my gosh, the Black Mage changes, they look so good on paper. Machinist is the best DPS, huh? Oh, really? Someone has opinions in chat. You hope you're a little less immortal on Warrior? I don't know. We'll have to see. They have to like tune it up. You were talking about Warrior? Oh, got it. Okay. They'd have to tune up the damage in the game a lot. A lot. Like basically take a completely different approach to it than they currently are. In order for tanks to feel vulnerable and healers to focus on healing versus just DPSing with like healing sprinkled into their rotations. And that's basically where I feel like I am right now with Astrologian. Right? I try to minimize the amount of cast time heals that I use. I have so many OGCDs that I can use to heal people that I just cycle through them. If I run out, then I actually can't keep up with some of the damage. Like that's the problem, is like my heals can't, my basic heals can't actually heal if I run out of other options. I can't maintain somebody if we get to that point. It's such a weird position to be in. There have been too many instances, says Woxley, where the party died to nonsense, and you just wouldn't die. Couldn't die. This Lalafell is absolutely microscopic. I actually thought for a second that we lost 2 people because the rogue decided to stealth. And the Lalafell was so small that I couldn't see them kind of blend into the floor here. So I thought, oh, we have 2 levers. I have to wait for somebody to jump in. I do feel like they're going to have to completely revamp how they approach raid damage in Dawn Trail in order for everything that I read in the notes to actually be useful. Because there's a lot of stuff. They've really increased the amount of healing options that all of the healers have. You have so many cool healing abilities in your toolkit now. At level 100, it's going to be an amazing amount of healing. Will we need it all? And maybe that's why they're letting the numbers keep going. That might be why they're not doing another stat squish, is to give people more depth in their hit point pools, so you actually need to fill it up by using your abilities more. That's just a guess, I don't know. Altisan Prime, thank you. We must yeet the potatoes at the enemy for boosted DPS. That's not very nice. It's not very nice, man. I'm just sitting here, I'm trying to heal. I'm just being a good healer. And you want to throw me at the boss? Maybe make some more damage abilities multiplicative of a percentile of health than flat damage. Yeah, that's another option. Yeah, that might be some other way to go. So you actually have to heal a lot. Mitigate a lot. Regularly. I'm talking like constantly mitigating, healing. So much so that you actually don't have time, for the availability to do DPS becomes much lower. I'm thinking like World of Warcraft style, where you're basically occupied healing the majority of the time. I think I would like that more. I would find that more engaging than the current style of healing really being kind of a secondary thing. Except in very specific exception cases. Like Ultimate Fights, the healing there is very, very tightly tuned. Very tightly tuned. 70-30 split of DPS to healing is a good balance? Yeah, something. Something that's different. As long as there are phases that we have to pay attention. Surprise me. Mix it up. Make something unique. Because right now it feels like the healers in the game kind of have no direction. I have all these tools. And yet I spend the majority of my time DPSing. But yeah, I'm very excited for all of the changes that I read so far for Dawn Trail. They all look positive. I didn't really see any of them that I thought were going to be straight up nerfs or extremely controversial, with maybe the exception of the Astrologian changes. So there was a lot of Astrologians, and we were talking about this at length earlier. Like the Astrologian changes where you pull like 4 cards, and you can play all 4 cards every time on a 60-second cooldown between 2 different sets. That's gonna require a lot of changes to how the class is played. And I think we're not gonna really understand the full impacts of it until we have hands-on gameplay. Mix dedicated healers to give every job an ability or 2 to help them heal the group. And there's a thought. That's the Guild Wars 2 approach, right? Where you forget about the Holy Trinity and you just keep going. Just give everybody a little bit of sustain. And that's enough. I don't know how that would go with the older ultimates, right? Like they kind of painted themselves into a corner with that. You either have to redesign all of those fights or maintain... Oh, this guy doesn't know how to dance. Or maintain the classes to some extent in historical content. Players wouldn't add it to their bars. I mean, it works for other games. You can't say it doesn't work. It's definitely an option. Would it work for Final Fantasy XIV? I don't know. But it does work. You think they'll have a 20% drop in the player base? But then they might get more players from other, like, persuasions, right? They might actually see a total increase if they did that. More people like playing DPS, so if more people can play DPS, then wouldn't you see more people play? I'm not saying it's like... I'm not advocating for it. Is there supposed to be 2 people in that? Is it like a 2-tank thing? It is a 2-tank thing. Aha. That's what it's for. Final Fantasy players don't play a white mage to be a primary DPS. They can do whatever they want. Franchise-wise, it doesn't work. They can do whatever they want in this game. That's the beauty of it. Final Fantasy XIV is such an exception in terms of like everything else, Final Fantasy wise, that they can do whatever they want, and it would fit the fantasy. Healers are already DPS that just hit the healing button every once in a while. Yeah, exactly. That's what white mages are. They cast stone, and then every now and then they cast was their OGCD heal. I mean, for me, I just cast a bunch of Malefics and Gravities, and every now and then I use some of these abilities. So we're already there. It's not like I'm primarily a healer. I don't feel that way. I feel like I'm secondarily a healer and primarily a really weak DPS. Like a dot on the boss, basically. Still a healer's primary role is still HP management? Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Let's do another one. Let's do one more. Bullminster Switch. That's a good one. We got a Dark Knight. Let's rock. Ooh, okay. Okay, I see ya. Okay, we need some of this stuff to actually die. Wouldn't that be nice? Oh, Blackest Knight's back up. It really is telling when I do and do not have Celestial Intersection. Celestial Intersection makes such a big difference. This tank is a little squishy. The higher difficulties, you get more predictable damage. Actually, that's a really good point. There's a little bit of negative scaling there, isn't there? Like, on bosses, I think this is actually a really good example. On bosses, I feel so much more comfortable with healing, predictably, than on trash. But the bosses are supposed to be the most important part of the dungeon, right? Trash just feels far more demanding. than bosses do, because I can... They're designed to be predictable, or to have mechanics to which you respond. But trash, it's like... Who knows what's gonna happen? It just feels like there's so many monsters all in the same spot, doing their thing. Who knows if one of them's gonna crit, he needs to start using some other abilities. It just feels a lot more engaging, and at the same time, it's very, it can be challenging, very challenging. But I'm pretty sure, the trash isn't supposed to be like the thing that you remember from any given dungeon. It's supposed to be the bosses. Those are the set pieces. Those are the things that you're supposed to engage with. I could really use, not Lord of Crowns. That would be fantastic. There we go. I need to hang on to this for the trash packs. They all have patterns, but having multiple patterns overlapping adds the variance. Yeah, exactly. Paired or triple bosses could be an interesting idea. Yeah, why not? Give it a shot. See how it goes. Let's be experimental, right? This is the first expansion of the brand new storyline. So yeah, why not just add a little bit of experimentation in there? Man, he used Blackest Night and was instantly consumed. It wasn't even on him for half a second. Oh my god. I mean, I'm glad he used it, because it probably, the damage that he took there probably would have killed him. Wow. Just gotta keep some regens on this guy. Hope for the best. There's TBN. Alright, his TBN should be coming up pretty soon here. There it is. There we go. Now stuff's dying, and we should be good to go from here. I say as he's about to die himself. That's great. This instance can be such an ass kicker. Oh my god. The first dungeons of every expansion are just something else, man. Boss like the Mage's Sisters, where the mechanics get harder after each one is killed and they combine different orders. That's a really good example, I think, of something like that done well. The Mage's Sisters and Tower of Zot. That fight is crazy. Like, you have to be careful though, because you want the fights to be interesting and hard and, you know, varied mechanics and things like that, but they also need to be legible so that people know what's happening. That way if they die, they need to know the different decisions they have to make in the future to not die again. That is important. I tend to refer to that as legibility. Like, how easy is it for me to see what's happening? I should have waited until after Skull's Pride to blow that up. Imagine if that was a Lady of Crowns instead of a Lord of Crowns. Be interesting if we got a multi-boss fight with a strong healer. I would be interested in doing a lot of that, actually. Hell yeah. Give me some cool and interesting boss mechanics. That's really it. That's all I look for. Do I enjoy it? Am I having fun? Do I like the buttons I'm pressing and the impact I feel like I have on the boss fight? Is it dead yet? Lower difficulty content has to be designed in such a way that they are immediately legible to the average person that plays video games. Yeah, 100%. Final Fantasy XIV, for the most part, is really good about that. I'd say most of their... In terms of, like, comparison to other MMOs, like, if you're to say... I think this is probably the most legible. You usually know what's happening. Abilities are designed such that they're easy to see what's going on. Particularly for the beginner content. They're really generous with the telegraphs. I think that's what sets it apart. And you see a lot of games these days taking cues from that. There's a lot of games these days that use telegraph mechanics in almost the exact same way. And that really, I think, actually began with Wildstar? Was that the first time? That was the first time I saw that. But it's very straightforward, I think. Generally speaking, to see what's going on. There's a lot of exceptions to that, though. Like, boss mechanics can sometimes be really hard, but that's intentional. Like, if you're talking about Hello World, do you know what you're supposed to do in Hello World if you have the debuff that only has 4 seconds on it instead of 8 seconds? Probably not. But that's only on the hardest content. a major selling point for WildStar was the telegraphed. Yeah, WildStar was just ahead of its time. I think if it was released today with a up-to-date, up-to-date graphics, good-looking presentation, it would kill it in today's MMO market. It has so many good ideas and things like that. You're dead. You're not dead. You're alive. You might be dead still, though. Oh. That was pretty close. Major killer for WildStar was the false promises. Okay, well, let's assume that they actually delivered on what they said they were going to deliver on. Would a game with, like, highly legible combat, with large raids, be successful in today's market? That design? I feel like that design would be really good. There's a lot of folks that yearn for the older days of World of Warcraft, hence the success of Classic WoW, that are looking for those big, large-scale 40-person raids in a modern MMO. I don't know if a lot is like really a fair statement though. There's a vocal minority of people that really like that kind of content and would probably be willing to raid in something like that. You might not be like a huge success, but I think there would be a steady audience for it. Hey, Railway. Thank you for the compliment. Does my camera frame match my tie color on purpose? So, I've been using this camera frame color for a little while now, but it was something I thought about when I selected this tie. So in that regard, yes. If that's what you mean. You would never go back to 40 and 20 man raids? I would never do it either. I think that time, personally, for me, is past. Woo, buddy! But there's some folks for whom that is like it's like a big draw. Is the very large scale raids. I hate it, personally, because I don't like having to organize 40 people to all show up at the same time on the same day, multiple days a week. I would hate it from a balance perspective too, just from like game design. How do you balance something like that? 40 people? Or is it balanced such that all 40 people are performing at the top level? Do you have 40 superstars in your raid? If not, there's going to be people that put 40 superstars in their raids that will blow through your content. I don't remember this guy doing this much damage. He's really massacring us, I gotta say. Oh no! Okay, we're fine. That guy was bound and determined to prevent people from stacking with him. Did you see that? He's like, I'm taking this, I'm a DPS, I'm taking this AoE by myself. I don't need any of you. Here's the question. Are we going to use the LD? Will we use it? Should I use it? Should I use the LD? Damn. Didn't quite get it off in time. Yeah, I noticed I was throwing some of the DPS a lot of heals. It's probably due to lack of experience. They just were standing in like bad spots a lot, that's all. Too old to try and coordinate that many people again. Yeah, I'm with you, 100%. There's discords for that now. I feel like it's easier today than it has ever been to coordinate 40 plus people for a raid, but it's just not something I'm interested in doing. FF14 actually still regularly does it for Delabrum and Baldician Arsenal. There's some pretty good stuff in there. There's like some really rare mounts. Been calling for mid-level and high-level equivalents to Hall of the Novice for years. Hey, Final Fantasy XI has the Genkai, right? You have to limit break yourself to gain levels. Maybe it's time for something like that. Prove to me you can press your buttons. Oh man, that'd be great. You appreciate telegraph normalization as an accessibility feature. Just wish that there were an in-game tutorial on what they all meant. That is really important. You have to know. You have to know what all the markers mean. They're all pretty, again, they're all pretty easy to intuit, but there are a few exceptions. The enumeration markers, where they're like, yeah, you have to have 2 people stand in this, are not clear. I think they're as clear as you're going to get them. But they look remarkably like just a red version of the stack marker, which gets people killed when they try to stack up with more than one person, or more than the required number of people in an AoE like that. I think enumeration is really hard to tell. The repeated AoE, like Akmorn marker, where it's a stack, it's like a group up, it's a stack of group markers, also is a little bit, you know, difficult to see, difficult to tell. It's clear when they change color when the requirements are met. Yeah, that is true. I like that when it's reactive. But you have to know why the requirements are met. I like it when it's reactive, yes, but it's got to be clear why it's reacting to something. Yeah, there's a marker that looks like it's like a stack marker, but it's red, and it has 2 swirling or X number of swirling spheres in the middle of it that are supposed to tell you 2 people are supposed to stand here. But unless you're really familiar with that, you're probably not going to pick up on that. Yeah, that was fun. I do think I'm going to call it here, though, for the night, folks. It's almost 1:30, and I feel like I'm coming down with something. I feel like I've got, I don't know, I feel like I'm going to get like a little bit of a sore throat going. So I'm going to call it a little bit early. I was planning on going for another hour or so, but I don't want to overwork myself and miss my Friday and Saturday streams. Yeah, thank you very much, Wax, Evening Misa, Gagolian, for the big raids earlier tonight. Thank you for that very much. I had a great time playing for all of you folks, and if you enjoyed what you saw tonight, don't forget to follow the broadcast here on Twitch. I had a great time. My pleasure. My pleasure. Alright, so at the beginning of the stream, I spent like an hour and a half to 2 hours going over all of the changes for Dawn Trail and Final Fantasy XIV, top to bottom, every class. I will upload a highlight of that, basically like the whole thing. I'm just going to put that on YouTube. You can check it out at your leisure. I think I'm really excited now. I was actually kind of on the fence, but the changes that I'm seeing, they look pretty positive, and I can't wait to get my hands on the new classes. So, look forward to that. Melant, thank you for the compliment, much appreciated. Thank you. Twitter.com/SharpDressTV is my handle there. There's the Discord if you want to get involved in the community, and the YouTube for the rest of my content. Once again, folks, thank you so much for joining. I'll see you all again on Friday night at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time for some more Final Fantasy XIV. And in the meantime, have a great rest of your night. Have a good Friday, and I'll see you all then. Good night. Cheers. Take care.